What's up, guys? We are back.
Welcome back from our short break, our portal break. I hope everyone made that. Everyone's stomach's okay from going through the portal. And as we know, that was a closet portal because we're back to Pumpkinhead himself.
We are. All right, let's see here. Make sure. Bob, don't forget to put on your monetization if you haven't already.
Yes.
All right, folks. So we're going to start. We don't have to wait at all. Let's see where we're at on this. We're going to start with the motions, actually, right, Bob? We'll start with the motions.
Yeah.
Let me fix the. Thank you all so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed our coverage of the motions hearing. That's what it's going to be like. We appreciate everyone that was there very much.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great. Yeah. And thanks for hanging with us. We'll get, so as we said, we want to kind of cover, we want to be sure to cover these interesting, this motion that was filed after they released the jury yesterday. So we can see, because it sounds like it's some pretty important statements that they're trying to get in.
Yeah, let's see. It's I think 3 witnesses. So let's see what the judge rules here.
Those motions. So I'll note the defendant make motions unless yesterday Chad Guy heard on. All right, good morning, everyone. We are back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The jury is not present at this time. The court took under advisement separate motions yesterday relating to victim designations as well as 2 motions in limine, and set aside time this morning to make rulings on the record on those motions. So I'll note the defendant is present as well as defense counsel, the state present as well, prosecutors, and the court resolved the victim matter on the record yesterday. I do have rulings as it relates to the motions in limine this morning. So again, there were 2 motions filed, one on March 4th, one on March 14th by the state seeking introduction of statements that may be hearsay or may not. That's what was argued in the motion, and whether or not they'd be admissible. In terms of what is hearsay or is it hearsay, the Idaho Rules of Evidence define hearsay as a statement, oral or written, other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing, offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. That quotes Idaho Rule of Evidence 801 A and C, and from a case Sandoval Tana 138 Idaho 911. The evidence has been objected to by the defense, and so there's a question for the court to resolve of whether or not this is inadmissible hearsay. There are general exceptions to some of the hearsay statements that are in the rules, and the court has to analyze those looking at rules 802, 803, and 804. And then so the court has to first determine whether statements are in fact hearsay, and second, whether there's any exception that allows them to be admitted. So the first matter we'll take up is the statement requested by the state in the first motion in limine filed March 4th. That is a statement of Janice Olson, and the state seeks to introduce an out-of-court statement made by Tammy Daybell to a coworker and friend, Janice Olson, somewhere around 6 weeks before the time Tammy Daybell passed away. The statement that the state seeks to introduce is quoted in the motion.
Yeah, I could do that. 1.25. What do you think, Bob? That should be all right. 1.25.
Yeah, so
that was a statement Tammy allegedly made to Janice.
Honestly, compared to Boston,
totally normal.
We need to speed it up a little bit. Gotta catch
Olson, quote, she would just, I'll read that again, quote, she would, comma, she'd just say, comma, my husband thinks I should up my insurance here at the end of my, comma, at the end of my career, comma, before I retire. He's thinking I should up my insurance. The state seeks to introduce that statement, has argued that a exception would apply permitting that under Rule 803.3. And under 803.3, that allows for statements that are citing from the rule, then existing mental, emotional, or physical conditions. And the state's argued that these would fit within a physical condition statement, talking about the health of Tammy Daybell at the time, and the state arguing that her health is something that goes to the statement, bringing it within 803.3.
It's a stretch.
Or that part of the exception, which does allow a statement such as bodily health is what's included in the rule, and a statement of the declarant's then existing physical condition. The defense argued against it, saying it's simple.
What's up?
I'm not even so sure that it's hearsay. So hearsay, because I don't think that the state should have argued that they're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, that she in fact got the life insurance bumped up, but just, because that's what makes it like hearsay is not a court statement that is presented to, in order to present an out of court statement made for the purposes of, whatever they're asserting is true. Okay. I think in this situation, they could argue that they're not trying to say that statement is reflecting whether or not she actually bumped it up, but just merely showing that he had asked her. So because if it's not going to the truth of the matter that it asserts, like the out of court statement, it doesn't fall. It's not considered hearsay, where it wouldn't have to fall into an exception. So I don't know. I'm curious, because I think that their argument's a little bit of a stretch in terms of the exception they're trying to cram it in under.
Simply talks about a financial decision that was being discussed and does not fit within 803.3. The court did some research on the issue in 803. There's a case, State of Idaho versus Garcia, 102 Idaho 378, and talks about when 803.3 may apply. Talks about 4 areas. One, claims when there's claims of self-defense as a justification for killing, that would not apply here. 2 is if there's a defense around a suicide allegation, that would not apply here. 3 claims killing was accidental, which there's no evidence that's in the theory of the case of either party here. And then 4, when a specific mens rea is in issue. That specific mens rea issue in the conspiracy could be considered. However, upon weighing things out, both under 803.3 and also under Rule 403, the court finds the statement is problematic for a few reasons. Number one, just reading through the statement again and precisely what the statement is. This talks about Tammy saying, quote, "My husband thinks I should up my insurance at the end of my career before I retire." And so, first of all, there's an issue there with when that would occur. There's some vagueness there. The testimony in the record so far is that Tammy had not worked at the school all that long, a couple of years. There's no indication she was preparing for or nearing retirement. And this statement that insurance should be upped, quote, before she retires or at the end of her career, I think makes the statement vague as it would relate to evidence in this case. Also, under 803.3, I don't find that this fits in one of those exceptions as the state has argued. It's not.
I gotta pause this because, man, oh man, Donna White, all-time MVP. She's been giving me like 100 for 100 subscribe, 10K. She just gave me $160, 16K. Donna White, true MVP. Always give her.
Amazing, Donna.
Thank you so much.
I think Donna has officially moved into the queen. Always
Yeah,
give her position.
Absolutely, MVP. Thank you so much, Donna. You're the best.
I've got an always
statement about.
Go ahead.
That's Nav the EO. Like every live I do drops like 50 memberships.
Wow,
which is very expensive. It's like I don't even know what the number is, but like that's my equivalent to Donna. Which is amazing. It's amazing.
You guys are the best. And KTG sent me cash up too. Thank you so much, everybody.
Physical health. It's, I think, in the context here, would agree with the defense that it's really a statement about a financial decision. And so based on that analysis, the court is going to exclude the statement on the motion in limine. The state would not be permitted to introduce that statement in the state's case in chief, as I would find it would be impermissible hearsay. However, that does not rule out it potentially coming in later, either in the form of impeachment or if somehow the defense were to open the door to make the statement again relevant for impeachment or other purposes. So that's going to be the ruling as to the state's first motion in limine, denying the motion without prejudice to have it re-raised if it comes up in either impeachment or from the door being opened by the defense. The next motion had two separate statements that were sought to be introduced, and this is the March 14th motion. The first statement is a statement where Tammy Daybell told Janet Anderson that Chad had told Tammy, quote, she is a zombie. And the state indicates that statement was made sometime late August up until October of 2019. So there's multiple layers of this statement. What Chad said to Tammy, Tammy said to Janet. When the court has gone through the analysis of this, it may be permissible on Chad's statement under statement of a party opponent or under Rule 801 D2B. That part may not be hearsay. However, then Tammy telling it to Janet, I think clearly does become hearsay when you get into the multiple layers of the statement there. The issue the court has in addition there is the timing, quite frankly, of the disclosure, noting and agreeing with what the state argued that sometimes even on the stand, witnesses will suddenly say things they hadn't reported to officers, and it's still maybe credible and truthful, and the jury can decide that. However, in this case, looking at the fact that it is a hearsay statement, apparently this witness was interviewed first about 4 years ago, May of 2020, and then the statement just came up in March of 2024, almost 4 years later. That is a concern. Further, the actual statements and how they were made were, the brief said, were attached as an Exhibit B to the motion. And to the court's knowledge, I don't have Exhibit B, so I just don't know exactly what was being said. But looking at the multiple layers of hearsay here, I don't find that it's fitting in any exception to allow its admission in the state's case in chief. And also, I think it's problematic, the timing of when the statement occurred and was disclosed. And so the court is going to preclude the admission of that statement from Janet Anderson about, quote, she is a zombie. Also noting that the statement, even when it was made, at least according to the motion, was sometime over a 3 or 4 month period, which again, I think goes to the credibility of the statement of the court weighing out whether or not this would be a statement that would be more probative than unfairly prejudicial under a 403 balancing. So the court is going to exclude that statement from Janet Anderson. Again, though, it may become admissible in impeachment or if the defense somehow opens the door to bring that back in. But in terms of the state's case in chief, it won't be permitted to be brought in as being inadmissible hearsay. The last statement in the second part of the March 14th motion in limine relates to a statement that the state seeks to introduce from a witness, Pam Peebles, who was a coworker with Tammy Daybell, and the statement that Tammy told her, quote, this is the best I have ever felt in my life, and that, quote, she was excited about getting ready for a race. That's a statement purported to have been made 2 days before Tammy's death. The court does find that that particular statement, I think, clearly fits within 803.3, which allows an exception to hearsay for a then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing physical condition, such as bodily health, is permitted, and that is a statement clearly about her health and would fall within the 803.3 exception. And also on a 403 balancing, its probative value is not outweighed by unfair prejudice. This is an issue that's already been raised by other witnesses, and a defense has crossed those witnesses, also further bringing up the issue of what was Tammy's health at the time before she died. The statement's also made in a narrow enough time frame to make it relevant as well, so the court will permit the statement from Pam Peebles if the state wishes to introduce that in its case in chief. So those are the rulings on each of those three evidentiary matters. Does the state have any questions on the rulings, Mr. Wixom? Any questions from the defense?
No, Judge. Thank you for your time and effort in this matter.
Okay, thank you. We'll just issue a very brief order referencing the court's findings on the record on those matters. So that's in the case. That'll conclude the ruling for this morning then. In terms of getting going on evidence, I'm not sure where if the jurors were coming in late, or would they be ready to be brought into the courtroom now?
Fine, they're ready to go.
Okay. If the parties are ready, we said we'd start at 9. We're a little early. Is the state okay to proceed, or do you need a minute?
I think we need a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. So you want to just start evidence at 9 o'clock?
If we could do that, Your Honor, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. And that's what I mentioned yesterday. So we'll go ahead and get on the record at 9 with further evidence. We'll take a brief recess until then. I will note to the parties also, I did receive the juror affirmations from all the jurors this morning, and they're all here and have signed their affirmations. So we'll get started at 9 o'clock.
All right. Well, we don't have to wait. So thank you all for being here. Thank you, Legal Mama Jan, who just sent a $16 Venmo. Congratulations on 16K on the tubes of you. So proud of you and the JBN you created. Thank you so much, Jan. And thank you, KTG. 2 months, Bo, Super Bo. Thank you, KTG, another always giver. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. And don't forget to hit the like on the new stream.
Chat guy Daybell, we're continuing evidence in the state's case in chief. We left off yesterday with Detective Kaya Kamanu on the stand in direct examination. I believe the state's still proceeding with more direct. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. If you'd like to continue with testimony, Detective Kaya Kamanu is here. You can go ahead and take the stand, and we'll allow you to continue on direct. I will note also, I received all of the juror affirmations, and the jury is all here properly seated. So thank you again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for continuing to follow the court's instructions as you retire home each night. And with that, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can continue with your direct.
Your Honor, may I be handed back State's Exhibit 107B?
Skip, isn't it?
Yes.
I love being behind time.
Yeah, you can skip right ahead. Yes, we are starting from the beginning. We just did the motions.
You did. Oh, wait, hold on. Never mind. Sorry, my volume was turned down.
Detective Kaikamanu, when we left off, yes.
Yes, we're starting from the beginning. We just heard the motions hearing, and now we are going back to Detective Kaikumanu. So thanks, everyone, for being here.
Yesterday, we had been talking about some searches linked to a Homer J. Maximus account. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you had prepared an exhibit summarizing some of the searches that you located on that account. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe we left off with the state having asked permission to publish State's 107B.
Yeah, we had the tech issue. I believe and hope that's all been sorted out. They worked on it for a while, so I think we've got things working. If those monitors don't work, also please.
And if you're coming in late, we are on 1.25 speed, which is still probably slower than the Boston speed.
Make an indication, jurors, and you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Or Massachusetts.
I can get this fixed.
We don't have to wait for these tech issues because we are behind. A lot of tech issues.
Ultimately associate you. Does it?
Homer J. Maximus.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. Sorry about that. Detective Kaikamanu, does this look like the start of the PowerPoint presentation that you created?
Yes.
And can you remind the jury, who was that Homer J. Maximus account ultimately associated with?
Alex Cox.
And if we turn to the first slide, can you see the date on there?
Yes.
And what date is that?
October 8th, 2019.
And can you remind the jurors when the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell occurred?
October 9th, 2019.
What is it about these searches on October 8th that caught your attention?
Oh,
What's up, Bob?
all the gaps.
These searches, Alex Googled the 100-yard drop to 200 and 100 to 300.
And when we talk about a drop, can you explain what that is?
During shooting and sighting in your rifle with your scope, depending on how far you're out in yardage, a lot of times you will dial in that scope to a precise point of impact of your bullet. The drop of the bullet, the further you're out, the drop of the bullet tends to go down a little bit.
So essentially the idea being that from where you're standing, that's going to be where the bullet will go and where it will ultimately land or hit a target.
Correct.
And also in there, it looks like it was a 6.5 Grendel specifically.
Yes.
What kind of gun was recovered from an apartment associated with Alex Cox?
Alexander Arms 6.5 Grendel.
And then it looks like there's another date on there, October 9th of 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there's some additional searches there. What about those caught your attention?
He searches just different uppers for ARs, muzzle energy brake of a 6.5 Grendel, and frog sizing of frog tog pants.
And breaking those down a little bit, and actually going back to October 8th, was there anything else other than it being the 6.5 Grendel that stood out to you with these particular searches?
Not at this time to me, no.
And then on the October 9th, we've talked about the 6.5 Grendel. What about the frog tog sizing caught your attention?
There were some frog togs purchased on this same day at a different location.
Allie made me a delicious breakfast. That's why I
And from your investigation, did you learn anything in relation to where those
hearing. I was
frog togs may have been purchased?
Yes.
And where was that?
Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Did you learn anything in relation or review anything in relation to where a device associated with Alex Cox was located that same day?
Yes.
And where was that?
Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls, Idaho.
I'll be back. Can you guys handle it with no?
Do you know what color those frog tog pants were?
Black.
This be okay. Give me a thumbs up in the chat.
And then when we go to the next slide, can you read the date of these searches into the record?
October 10th, 2019.
And can you explain what about these searches stood out to you?
On this day was after the attempted shooting on Cameron Daybell, and the next day he is searching if an AR functions in cold weather, how an AR functions in cold weather. Hornady one shot shooting in cold weather. Also had a prep your AR to shoot in cold weather. He also is searching if mag rings shrink in cold weather.
Do you reside around the Fremont County area?
I do.
Have you resided there for some time?
Yes.
What are Octobers generally like in that part of the state?
Microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
Objection, Judge is calling for speculation. He's talking in generalities, and he has no testimony or knowledge of what the weather was like at any time this particular year.
Your Honor, he testified that he lives in the area and has lived there for some time. I think it would be within his
agree, and
personal knowledge.
I'll overrule.
Thank you. If you can answer.
Can you repeat that?
What are the Octobers generally like in that part of the state?
Octobers get fairly cold in that month. Sometimes prior to that month, Octobers in eastern Idaho are hit and miss.
Do you know what the temperature was on that day?
I believe it was 26 degrees.
Judge, I'd like some foundation as to how he knew that.
Ms. Blake, knowing the precise, I agree, degree temperature would require additional foundation.
Did you do anything to look into what the temperature was that day?
I did.
What did you do?
I Googled and got on to the National Weather Service and put in that date, October 9th, 2019, to see what the temperatures were during that day.
And what were the temperatures?
26 degrees.
And if we go to the next slide, can you read the date of these searches into the record?
October 12th, 2019.
What about these particular searches caught your attention?
So this was after the attempted shooting on October 9th. On this search, he's Googling how to attach a ghillie suit, a cover to a ghillie suit. He's also Googling if a 6.5 Grendel will shoot through a windshield. He Googles the penetration through a Dodge Dakota, 2008 Dodge Dakota steel body thickness, the thickness on the doors of a 2008 Dodge Dakota, and the gauge thickness of, or how thick .22 gauge steel is.
And if we break these down a little bit, can you explain what a ghillie suit is?
A ghillie suit's used a lot in the military, snipers. It's a cover that they can use for cover while in the weeds, the brush, the trees, so they're not seen.
And what about a 2008 Dodge Dakota stood out?
Tammy Daybell and Chad Daybell had a 2004 Dodge Dakota registered to them.
And again, a 6.5 Grendel was recovered from an apartment associated with Alex Cox?
Correct.
As part of your investigation, did you also look at some shooting range records?
I did.
Do you recall which shooting range you reviewed records from?
It was a sportsman's club located in St. Anthony, Idaho.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 396 and 396A. Did the bailiff a courtesy copy for defense counsel 396A. These are stipulated to exhibit 396A would be.
And 396A are both admitted exhibits.
Do those appear to be the records that you reviewed?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether or not it appeared Alex Cox had been at that gun range?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
Alex Cox didn't sign in as Alex Cox on these sheets. He did sign in as C. Quint, which C. Quint, or I should say C.P. Quint, is the license plate on his Ford F-150 truck. So on the sign-on sheet, the only letter that's missing in that is the P.
And were you able to determine how many times this C. Quint or Alex Cox had visited that gun range?
Yes.
How many times had he visited?
5 times through October 7th to the 15th of 2019.
And again, the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell was which day?
October 9th, 2019.
And what day was Tammy Daybell pronounced dead?
October 19th, 2019.
Well, this is pretty damning for Alex Cox, certainly.
As part of your investigation, did you also review some data recovered from a phone associated with Tammy Daybell?
I did.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 108. It is a affidavit of business records in relation to Tammy Daybell's phone.
Actually, let me.
Was already admitted. All right, Your Honor, I think we have sorted that out. So States Exhibit 108 was already admitted.
Yes.
The state would ask to have the witness shown at States Exhibit 291. Particular email.
Yes, I did.
Do you recall reviewing that particular email?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, there is a stipulation to admit the contents of Tammy Daybell's phone. This is one of the items retrieved from her phone. So the state would move for admission of Exhibit 291.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 291 is admitted.
And Your Honor, the state would ask for permission to publish.
You can publish.
And Detective, are you able to see who sent this email?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tammy Daybell from tammy.daybell@gmail.com.
And are you able to see who it was sent to?
Yes.
And who is that?
Mark Daybell at mark.daybell@missionary.org.
And can you see the date that this shows as having been sent?
Yes. On 10/13/2019 at 2:38, or correction, 2:23:18.
And Your Honor, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, no way we're reading that on there.
Yeah.
Just 4 days after that attempted shooting.
That kind of sucks, though. 'Cause I feel like,
And Detective, this was sent just 4 days after that attempted shooting. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when we look at that second paragraph, are you able to see approximately what time Tammy says she arrived home that night?
Yes, approximately 9:15.
And are you able to see in there, actually, let me back up. Can you read the last couple sentences there, starting with, I looked up?
I looked up thinking it was Dad or Garth to help me carry stuff in. Nope, it was a guy dressed all in black with a ski mask on, pointing a rifle at me.
And Your Honor, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read. Read the paragraph. And Detective Kaikamanu, could you read the paragraph starting with, I think I was, that first full paragraph into the record?
I think I was a bit in shock because I just said, what do you think you were doing? Then I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top. The guy started pulling the trigger, and I could hear the clicking and whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun. He stayed standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. For some reason, I just kept asking him what he thought he was doing. At that point, I was actually more annoyed than scared because he was standing between me and the door, and he didn't step towards me or even say anything. The scared part came after, when my brain thought of things that could have happened.
And Your Honor, again, I'm going to pause to allow the jurors to read.
A lot of reading, which
Thursday night.
oh,
The last sentence of that second paragraph, starting with on Thursday night.
On Thursday night, though, I didn't go to Zumba because I was quite understandably did not want to be out after dark alone.
And I'm going to go back to that paragraph that we were looking at previously. In there, Tammy refers to the paintball gun as a rifle, is that correct?
Correct.
And she specifically references a hopper?
Yes.
And that's in reference to why she thought it was maybe a paintball gun?
Yes.
She also indicates the guy started pulling the trigger. Is that correct?
Yes.
In this, do you see where she indicates that she was scared?
Yes.
And in that last sentence that we just talked about, she indicated she was scared to go out alone the next night.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 281A. It was admitted yesterday.
Okay, you can publish it.
Yes.
Detective, we talked about this firearm yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And where was this recovered from?
This was recovered from Alex Cox's apartment.
And can you remind the jurors what type of firearm this is?
This is an Alexander Arms 6.5 Grendel.
And I think you have a pointer up there. But when we just looked at that email from Tammy, she specifically references a hopper, or what she thought might be a hopper on the firearm. Can you again explain where on this firearm, if this were a paintball gun, where the hopper would be located?
Again, like I was referencing yesterday, the scope is on the top of the rail of the gun right here. On a paintball gun, it comes off right on the side and up right there.
So the hopper would be around the same location as this scope.
Yes.
We saw some searches about drilling a baffle to make a suppressor. Can you talk a little bit about what a suppressor is?
A suppressor is a device that can be screwed onto the end of rifles, handguns, miniguns that will make the bullet coming out quiet. Sometimes people make homemade suppressors, which they have to drill holes, and you can also buy those legally.
Where on the firearm would you attach the suppressor?
The suppressor is attached right on the end of the barrel right there.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 281C, if I can have the detective shown a copy.
You may.
You in fact take that photo?
Yes.
And what is it a photo of?
This is a photo of the end of the rifle.
A close-up photo?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 281C.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Exhibit 281C is admitted.
And officer or detective, can you tell us what we're seeing on the end of that gun?
So the end of the rifle right there, it's threaded. A lot of times there's muzzle brakes on there, or you can take that muzzle brake off and thread a suppressor onto that.
Detective Kaikamanu, through your investigation, did you learn anything in relation to whether or not Alex Cox was in the area of the Daybell residence on October 9th?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
A device associated with Homer J. Maximus.
Judge, foundation.
Ms. Blake?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Kaikamanu, as part of your investigation, did you review reports of other investigators?
Yes.
And did you discuss the matter with other investigators?
Yes.
And through your discussion and review, did you learn anything or review anything in relation to the location of a device associated with Alex Cox on October 9th of 2019?
Yes.
Did you learn anything in relation to a device being in the area of the Daybell residence?
Yes.
What did you learn?
On October 9th, 2019, a device that was associated with Alex Cox, known as Homer J. Maximus, was located going up and turning next to the Daybell residence and driving and making a turn and going back around the Daybell residence. This time frame was about 4:55 p.m. to 5:03 p.m.
So 4 hours or so before the attempted shooting.
Yes.
And later in the day, that same device was at Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls. Is that correct?
Yes.
Detective Kaikamanu, are you aware if any paintball guns were located in the residence associated with Alex Cox?
Not that I'm aware of.
Are you aware if there were any other calls on October 9th that you found in relation to anyone else reporting a masked man pointing a rifle at them?
I did not find any.
You aware of any other reports around that time about a masked man pointing a paintball gun at anyone?
No.
So to the best of your knowledge, this was an isolated incident around this time?
Yes.
Do you recall reviewing anything in relation to some geofence location data?
Yes.
What dates did you review that in relation to?
I got those geofence warrants through October 18th into October 19th, 2019.
And again, what day was Tammy pronounced deceased?
October 19th, 2019.
Did you end up receiving responsive data in relation to the geofence?
I did.
Which specific locations did you ask for that data for October 18th to October 19th?
I did two fences, one located at 202 North, 1900 East, which is Chad and Tammy Daybell's residence. And then I did another one at 3462 Salem Highway, which is the LDS Church, just 2.6 miles south of the Daybell residence.
And with those geofence warrants, were you looking for a specific perimeter radius on those?
Yes, I did 150 meters.
And can you tell us a little bit about what data you initially got back in your request to those?
So when I requested information for data on any device coming through those geofences, I got a response from Google with a bunch of Google identification numbers.
What did you then do with those identification numbers? Can you talk us through that process?
Yeah. So when we write a warrant like that, Google will send back the numbers that have been going through through the geofences. They don't come back with any names. And so we then have to write another warrant with those numbers to try and find out the associated name to those devices or those numbers.
Did you locate some specific numbers that you did something with?
I did.
How many numbers caught your attention in that initial
Hi, Sinead. Just if you're coming in late, we do have this on 1.25 to catch up because we're a little behind. So that's why it's a little fast.
response?
So the time I had the geofence warrants up, there were 4 numbers that had gone through both geofence warrants or locations.
Did you do anything to follow up on those 4 numbers?
I did.
And what did you do?
I met with Detective Stubbs, who at the time worked with Rexburg PD, and he has knowledge on how the geofence works. And we went through the numbers. 2 of the numbers.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There hasn't been sufficient foundation to where this knowledge has come from. I've been somewhat patient.
Sustained.
Detective Kaikamanu, did you send in a second search warrant in relation to these geofence?
Yes.
And did you receive responsive information?
Yes.
And how many numbers did you request additional information for?
4.
And you were talking about having met with Detective Stubbs. Did Detective Stubbs initially recognize anything about those 4 numbers?
Judge, objection. That would call for hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Well, I would re-ask. I think it was just going to elicit hearsay.
Did you learn anything in relation to those 4 numbers prior to getting the second return?
I did. Yes.
And what did you learn?
Judge, again, it may call for hearsay.
Your Honor, this goes for why the officer did what he did next in his investigation, not for the truth of the matter.
Overruled. You can answer.
I learned that one of the numbers that had come back in my geofence warrant, Detective Stubbs already had that number, which was associated with Alex Cox on a different warrant that Detective Stubbs had wrote and got information back.
And in relation to the other 3 numbers, did you end up receiving responsive data on who those devices were associated with?
I did.
Did you do follow-up on that?
I got a hold of 2 of them. One of them I could not get a hold of.
What were you able to determine in relation to those other 3 numbers?
One of them lives in the Parker area, which is north of Chad Daybell's residence. And the other one lives on Trapper Lane, which is also north of the Daybell residence.
So would it have been normal for their devices to be in that area?
Yes.
In relation to the device associated with Alex Cox, what did you learn regarding that device?
The device that was associated with Alex Cox and Homer J. Maximus, and looking through the data, the night of October 18th, 2019, that device was at the Salem Church at 10:04 that night, or 10:05 p.m.
Sometime just after 10?
Correct.
Do you know how long the device showed as being located in that vicinity?
In correctional time, I believe it was 10:07 p.m. and it showed him there until 10:45 p.m.
And when we're talking about a geofence warrant, do you know what type of data they're looking at as far as placing a device there?
I believe that is off Wi-Fi and GPS.
So with the geofence, it's located there until 10:45 p.m. of October 18th, correct?
Correct.
Did you learn anything else in relation to that device as far as any later time that night?
That device shuts off or goes dormant and is no longer there. And it is later picked up at 11:53, roughly 7 miles south of the church.
Judge, could we identify what church he's talking about?
And is this the same church that you previously referenced?
Correct, the Salem Church.
And again, how far is the Salem Church from the Daybell residence?
2.6 miles.
So we know a device associated with Alex Cox is there from 10:07 to 10:45 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And from there, we're not sure where the device is
Correct.
until 11:53 p.m.
Correct.
And at 11:53 p.m., can you remind us again where that's located?
It was located about 7 miles south of the Salem Church on Highway 20.
Through your investigation, did you learn who the last person besides Chad Daybell to see Tammy would have been?
Garth Daybell.
And through your investigation, did you learn where Garth Daybell was on the night of October 18th of 2019? October 18th of 2019?
He was at work.
Through your investigation, did you learn if he was at work all night?
I believe he got off around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Do you know where he was working?
He worked at that time. He was working at the Haunted Mill.
And what is the Haunted Mill?
It's October. The Haunted Mill is a haunted, scary attraction.
And it's seasonal.
Seasonal, yes.
When you looked at that geofence, did you get any return on a device associated with Chad Daybell?
No,
Not at either location.
no.
Did you later learn where Chad had indicated he was on October 18th into the morning hours of October 19th?
From other deputies' reports, he had told them that he had been home.
And yet no device was located in relation to Chad Daybell.
Correct.
There we go.
So in your review, there's location data placing a device associated with Alex Cox near the Daybell residence on October 9th of 2019, correct?
Yes,
And on the night of October 18th of 2019?
yes.
Were you able to find any connection between Alex Cox and Tammy Daybell?
No,
Were you able to determine who Alex Cox knew in that area?
at that time, no. The only person that I was aware of would be Chad Daybell.
All right, we're bringing Chad into it.
Chad's entering the picture.
Why else would Alex
Through
be
your
there?
investigation, did you become aware of some emails from Charles Vallow that he'd sent to an email that he sent to Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
Did you also become aware of an email Charles Vallow sent to Chad Daybell?
yes.
Do you recall what the content or what the gist of the email that he sent to Tammy was about?
The email that was sent to Tammy was on June 29th, 2019. And Charles was reaching out to her school address, email address, and telling her that he had some information about an affair going on. He didn't go into too much detail because he didn't want to explain all that over email, and left Tammy his number to have Tammy call him.
And through your investigation, were you ever able to determine whether or not Tammy Daybell had contact with Charles Vallow?
I was not able to confirm that.
And in relation to the email Charles sent to Chad Daybell, do you recall the gist or content of that?
Yes.
And what was that about?
So Charles sent on the same day an email to Chad, telling Chad that he was aware of what was going on between him and his wife, and Chad needed to tell his wife, or Charles was going to expose them. He was also aware that Lori had sent him some dance videos of her, and that was inappropriate.
Through your investigation, did you learn whether Chad and Lori were married?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
I learned that they got married November 5th, 2019.
And again, Tammy Daybell was pronounced dead on October 19th of 2019.
Yes.
Do you know when her funeral was?
October 22nd, 2019.
So just 3 days later.
Yes.
Wow.
And I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake.
Good.
Cross-examination.
Judge, would you like me to start or do you want to take a break?
You want to pause, Bob, or?
No, that was good stuff right there.
Why don't you go ahead and start, and we'll take a break here in about 20 minutes or so, if that works.
Or if you would allow me to
Can we have the microphone, please?
Officer, if you would allow me to either call you Officer K, or I'm going to mispronounce your name for the next 20, 25 minutes.
That Officer K is okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, officer, you took the liberty of, let me find this, going through talking about your report about the emails between Mark Daybell and Tammy. Is that right?
Yes.
And Judge, I believe that was Exhibit 291. And if I could have 291.
Yes, we'll have the bailiff hand that to you or to the witness, Mr. Pryor.
Okay.
Which?
Just
publish that.
That was obviously Dear Markey. That would be.
Team.
Okay. The date of that email?
10/13/2019.
Okay. And then that was obviously Dear Markey. That would be Tammy's son.
Yes.
Okay. And the very first sentence, it said, on Wednesday during the day, a lady pulled into the Price's driveway, grabbed their dog, and drove off, right?
Yes.
Then she went on to talk about what transpired about that and
Oh, it's the infamous dog napper.
about where they tried to locate where the lady lived. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from your investigation, were you able to determine where Regan Price lives?
Yes.
Where's Regan Price live?
Regan Price lives directly south of Chad Daybell's house.
Okay. And then that would be directly east of Joe Murray's house.
Correct. Yes.
So if we have if we can visualize this, we have Chad Daybell's property. And approximately how big is Chad Daybell's property? Do you know?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. It's a more than an acre.
Yes.
Okay. And directly across the street from Chad Daybell's property is another house, correct?
Yes.
And then kitty corner to the south and to the west would be Joe Murray, right?
Yes.
And directly southeast of Chad's property would be Regan Price. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so 4 houses all kitty corner from each other. And this is more of a rural setting. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And the houses are all on larger plots of property, correct?
Yes.
But the houses themselves are relatively close in terms of location. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All of the houses on that particular corner, we heard on the 911, there was something about a flashing yellow light. And on that very corner, that's where all the 4 residences are located, pretty much on the corner of each of those, that intersection, right?
Yes.
Okay. So relatively close together are these homes. That we've established that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the close neighbors is this lady by the name of Regan Price, correct?
Yes.
And she talked about how somebody pulled into their driveway and grabbed their dog. Do you recall when that took place?
Well, in this email, she's writing it on the 13th about the night of the attempted shooting. So I'm assuming it was on the 9th.
Okay. So if you look at the very first line to her, she's writing this on the 13th to her son, which was a short time after the paintball incident. She says, on Wednesday, during the day with Reagan outside. So can we presume that it was that Wednesday of that week?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point, somebody grabbed Regan Price's dog, took off, stole the dog, and disappeared, correct?
Yes.
And then now she says on the same day, you look down below to the second paragraph, right? You see that?
Yep. Yes.
She was coming home from clogging. It was about 9:15 and she backed into the driveway. Okay. So the nose of her car was facing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Now, what I'd like to know is, you've been out to the house, right?
Yes.
And how long of a driveway is that?
The front driveway, and I haven't measured it, but maybe.
I can make it easier for you if we could do it in terms of an analysis. Would you be able to park 3 cars back to back in that driveway and not have any of them sticking out into the road?
Maybe 2.5 to 3. Yeah.
Okay. 2.5 to 3 cars, maybe.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So, and from your experience as a police officer, do you know the length of what the average automobile would be?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. But if we took the size of an average automobile and we multiplied it times 2.5, that's how much space we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
And if you were looking at this bench in front of us, how many cars would you say were the jury sitting, how many cars could you push back to back in front of this bench?
Probably about 2.
Okay. So if we're asking about 2.5, would it be fair to say that the driveway was from the end of that bench to where this officer is?
Possibly.
Okay. So that's the length of the driveway. And at that point, from what I understand, according to this document, to Mark, she was getting some items out of the back seat and realized someone was at the back of the car. So she backed her car in and someone was behind her car. That would be near the garage. Is that the way you're reading that?
Behind her car, yes.
Okay, so someone was behind her car near the garage. She looked up thinking it was Dad or Gar to help her. And nope, it was a guy dressed in black with a ski mask on pointing a rifle at me. And she did say the word rifle, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Then she went on to talk about that she was in shock because what do you think you were doing? Then the next line was starting with then. Would you read that next line for me?
And I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top.
Okay. Now, you know what a hopper is, right?
Yes.
You've seen a hopper?
Yes.
You know a hopper is different than a rifle scope, right?
Yes.
And you know that, Judge, I'm going to is a little different than a rifle scope, right?
Yes.
And you know that a hopper is a large composite of some kind container, right?
It's a plastic container.
A big
Yes.
plastic container, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that it would be very difficult to confuse a hopper with a rifle scope, right?
I wouldn't agree with you on that if you were not sure what a rifle is with a scope on it or a paintball gun with a hopper.
Did you happen to go over the report of Coulter Cannon?
I did.
Did you happen to go over or discuss the case with Coulter Cannon?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. Were you aware that when Coulter Cannon came up to the residence of Tammy and Chad Daybell, that he went in the house and looked at one of the Google searches that Tammy was performing prior to the police arriving? Do you remember that?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Or did you happen to look at Tammy's email and searches on that computer to determine whether Tammy had looked at anything prior to the police arriving?
Not on her computer, no.
Okay. Were you aware that Officer Cannon walked up to the computer with Garth Daybell and Tammy Daybell and proceeded to look at pictures of paintball guns?
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that during the Google search by Tammy Daybell that she pointed to the actual paintball gun that she saw the gentleman holding that day?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Were you not aware of that because Coulter Cannon didn't include that information in his report not in his first report, right? That wasn't included in his first report, was it?
I didn't read that in his report.
Right. You didn't read it in his supplemental report either when he chose to supplement the report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Judge, previously we had stipulated to the admission of Defense Exhibit 14.
Okay, has it been offered or admitted yet, Mr.
I'm going
Pryor?
to offer it now, Judge, and ask that it be admitted. It was agreed to by stipulation.
Has the state reviewed Exhibit 14?
We have, Your Honor, but if I can be reminded of exactly what it is.
It's the Google.
All right.
It's the searches, yes.
Well, let's do this. I want to go ahead and that may take a moment. I think it's a logical breaking point for our mid-morning recess. So I'll have the state review the exhibit that's been offered during the break. And let's try and come back on the record here in about 25 minutes or so.
Thank you. For
14A, both admitted.
as we got it for you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Parties were able to review those exhibits and have offered, and at this time the court will admit Defense Exhibit 14 as well as Defendant's Exhibit 14A, both admitted. You can continue with the cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, if we could put the monitor back up with what I was discussing, which I believe was Exhibit 291. Do me a favor and read the first two sentences of that.
Are you referring to the one where it says?
I think.
Okay. I think I was a bit in shock because I just said, what do you think you were doing? Then I noticed the rifle was actually a paintball gun. It had a hopper on top.
Then the next line says, the guy started pulling the trigger and I could just hear the clicking and whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. He stayed there standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. For some reason, I just kept asking him what he thought he was doing. Now, she did say in the sentence, just pointing the gun at me. And we don't know whether she meant a gun or whether she meant paintball, correct? Because she identified it as a paintball, but she did use the gun on that sentence, correct?
Yes.
But we don't know whether that was a mistake or whether she just decided not to type the word paintball in, right?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Then I just asked him at what point I was actually more annoyed than scared because he was standing between me and the door and he didn't step toward me or even say anything. Okay. Okay. So from what I understand, when she was backing up then, the front of the door is really right next to the garage, right?
If I remember right, yes. It's a little sidewalk up to the garage or to the main door.
And that sidewalk's probably less than 5 feet, correct?
I can testify to that.
It's a short sidewalk.
Okay.
Though. Well, not okay.
I can't testify to that.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's adding facts, not in evidence.
That's sustained. And in addition, please don't talk at the same time as each other, Mr. Pryor. Wait for a concluded answer before you ask a new question.
Would you agree that it's a short sidewalk from the gate into the yard to the front door?
It is a short sidewalk, but I can't testify to how long it is.
Okay, that's okay. Now, from this description, this person was standing between the door and the garage at the very back of Tammy's, where Tammy's car was backed in, correct?
Yes.
So in other words, that was something that was at relatively close range. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And in that sense, being at such close range, you'd probably get a pretty good look at what type of instrument was being pointed at you. Would you agree with me in that regard?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Would you agree with me in that regard? When it's something that close to you and you're looking at it, you'd be reasonably certain about what you're looking at, correct?
It was in the daylight.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we can all agree that the manufacturers of paintball guns make them in various shapes and sizes, correct?
Yes.
And the manufacturers of these guns get some benefit by making some of these guns look similar to weapons, right? Real weapons.
Yes.
And they can make them quite authentic at times, correct?
They can be, yes.
Right. But there is one thing that distinguishes a paintball gun between a real gun, and that is a hopper, correct?
Like you just mentioned before, the manufacturers are coming out with new guns. So yes, a hopper is one, but there's many other ways that paintballs can fit into a rifle without a hopper.
Okay. Okay. So in other words, unless we actually had this weapon in hand, we really don't know which one it is. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Now, please correct me if I'm making a mistake, but without a suppressor, a AR-15 is a very, very loud gun, isn't it?
Yes.
And even with a suppressor, an AR-15 is not silent. It still makes a pretty loud noise, doesn't it?
It depends what kind of ammunition you're using.
Okay. Well, what kind of ammunition was in this gun?
That I don't know.
Well, you don't even know if it was a gun, do you?
I know it was a paintball gun or a rifle that she referred to.
Okay. Okay. But depending on the ammunition, there's still going to be a loud noise, right?
Are you asking with the suppressor on or off?
With the suppressor on, there's still going to be a noise, right?
There will be a noise, but not as loud, depending on what ammunition you're using.
Okay. And when you're just several feet from the front door of a house with Garth Daybell and Chad Daybell inside the house, you would think they would have heard a gun. If even with a suppressor, you think they would have heard the rifle shoot, right?
Again, it depends on what ammunition is being shot through the gun.
But what we do know, and what we're certain of, is that when a paintball gun is shot, they can't change the fact that there's a whooshing noise, can they?
There's a popping noise with the clicking.
And a whooshing noise.
Whooshing and popping.
Right. Okay. Okay. So when Tammy Daybell in this report talks about the whooshing noise that she heard, sounds like she's describing the whooshing noise from a paintball gun.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
Did it sound from this email that Tammy Daybell's describing the whooshing noise of a paintball gun?
She said she heard a clicking and whooshing.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Now, we move further down and we talk about where it says the thought crossed my mind to hit him with my clogging shoes. Looked toward the house and yelled, Chad. They ran off around the north side of the house. You see that?
Yes.
Got Dad and Garth. They looked outside, couldn't find them, called the police, reported it. Then she uses the term, they suspect it was a bipolar teenager who lives down the street and walks around a lot, but Matt Price has an even better theory, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's really unclear who they say they suspect it was a bipolar teenager. They don't know if we're talking about the police told them or whether it was Chad and Garth said it was a bipolar teenager. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So when Officer Coulter was on the stand, I had spoken to him about the fact that in his report, he didn't mention anything about a bipolar teenager running around the neighborhood harassing people. Were you aware of that at the time of this offense?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of the fact that there was a bipolar teenager running around the neighborhood? Maybe, I want to be careful with my words, contacting the people in these neighborhoods?
I was not.
Okay. And are you aware whether or not you ever discussed that with Officer Coulter?
I can't recall if I did or not.
Okay. Did you discuss that with any of the other officers who were there at the time of this paintball incident about this bipolar teenager?
I did not.
Okay. Then we go on and we talk about his theory and his theory is that the crazy dog lady brought her husband back to steal the dog again. They had parked down the road and had snuck through the cow fields and he was going to cut through our front yard. So that's a couple of things. parked down the road, cut through the cow fields. Is that the Daybell's cow fields?
I can't testify if that's what she's referring to, but
Okay.
there are a couple others out there.
Yeah, but there are cow fields next door to the Daybells. The Daybells have a pasture behind their property as well, correct?
Yes.
And then they said they were going to cut through our front yard. So that would mean Chad and Tammy's front yard, correct?
Yes.
When I pulled up and startled him, he didn't know what to do. So he panicked and tried to menace me with his not real gun. So at that point, she's pretty clear that she knows it's a not real gun. Would you disagree with that?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation as to what Tammy knew.
Sustained.
Well, she put in a,
Objection, Your Honor, narrative.
Yeah, Mr. Pryor, I ruled on it.
Okay.
So ask a different question.
so after the line that says it was a not real gun and then ran off back across the field, which would explain why he ran across the side of the house. I never heard a car and we couldn't find anywhere. You see that?
Yes.
And then she wrote, it's actually a pretty good theory. You see that?
Yes.
Did you guys interview Regan Price?
We spoke with Regan Price. Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Matt Price?
Yes.
Okay. And did they confirm the fact that someone stole their dog around the close in time to this occurrence?
I'd have to go back to my report. I know we spoke with them after this incident, quite a ways after this.
Okay. But you do know that this incident with the dog, I believe it occurred on the same day that the paintball gun took place. Is that right?
Yes.
And the issues about the bipolar teenager running around the neighborhood, that was close in time as well, correct?
That was Matt's theory. Yes.
Okay. And then finally, honestly, would you read the word honestly down to the end of the paragraph?
Honestly, I just kept wondering what kind of person walks around with a ski mask on, carrying an empty paintball gun. Bipolar doesn't mean you want to hurt people, so I'm leaning more towards Matt's theory. The guy didn't try to rob me or even really hurt me. On Thursday night, though, I didn't go to Zumba because I quite understandably did not want to be out after dark alone.
So in this particular incident, it's saying that I'm leaning towards Matt's theory. The guy didn't try to rob me, or the guy didn't try to hurt me. So she wasn't threatened by someone holding a paintball gun like a rifle, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation and mischaracterizes this email.
Sustained.
And Judge, I need to go back to publish that for the jury, Judge.
What's the address? Okay. Hi, I need to report something. Okay, go ahead. What's the address? Okay. 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on 7th Highway.
Is it a suspicious person?
Yes.
Okay, what was he wearing?
He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on.
And he's at the blinking light now is where you saw him?
No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the backseat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing.
Okay.
And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house.
Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
That was North 1900.
Yes.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
In what direction he was going?
He went behind my house and it's so dark out here and I just went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then.
Okay.
So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away.
Okay.
He didn't say anything or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and was shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either. So I don't think it was loaded.
Okay. What is your name?
My name is Tammy Daybell.
Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now.
Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lives diagonal from us that called you guys already.
Oh,
But I
okay.
just wanted to make sure it got reported. So,
Let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name?
Joseph Murray.
Okay, yep, it was him.
Okay.
So, all right, I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I thought it was a gun.
I'm
Bob.
also going to need 232.
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
I'm also going to need 232A at some
What
point,
were
but
the weird
I'd like
searches
to discuss.
about whether a paintball gun would work in the cold then? What wasn't that what those searches were?
I missed that search. I did not.
Like they were talking about that early on in direct. Maybe I misheard that.
By the way, how much better would this trial be if Pryor just had a guy who had AV and he could just play with was ready to play it, right? I mean, they literally have to print out shit for this guy because he doesn't know how to handle it.
It's ridiculous that
232B
defense are ever required to use the state shit anyway. Like the state is not helpful to defense attorneys just as a general rule. So to have to rely on their AV equipment sucks.
It doesn't make any.
Oh,
Yeah, it doesn't
can we
make
use your DVD player? Can we use your laptop and we'll stick? I mean, it's like just let them use their own stuff. If they've got a guy that's going to do it, it'll make everything easier for everybody involved. It
exactly.
the whole thing made no sense to me.
Listened carefully to the 911 call from Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, she said paintball a number of times during that 911 call, correct?
A couple times, yes.
And then at the end, she said, holding the gun like he was holding a rifle. She never said he was holding a rifle, did she?
I think you just stated it. He was holding a gun like the rifle.
She never said she was holding a rifle, did she?
Objection, Your Honor. The audio speaks for itself.
Man.
Sustained.
Okay. There was no discussion about a specific rifle. Was it not the manner in which the gun was being held? That was what we heard?
There's no specific rifle that she named, no.
Okay.
There's no specific rifle that she named.
Okay. Well, she didn't even say it was a rifle, did she?
She said a gun and a rifle.
Well, she said a gun holding like a rifle. Isn't that what she said?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, the audio speaks for itself.
Sustained.
Judge, I should be allowed to go into whether or not the manner in which...
Then replay that section, Mr. Pryor,
Okay.
if you want to make it clear, but to just keep asking on the audio we just listened to is improper.
Bailiff, could I have 232 again, please?
Oh my land to this fucking guy.
I think I want A. Let's 232A again.
I believe we just published 232B.
Backwards, excuse me.
Hey, I need to report something.
Okay, go ahead. What's the address?
Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway.
Is it a suspicious person?
Yes.
Okay, what was he wearing?
He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on.
And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him?
No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and like he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house.
Okay, give me just 1 minute. Stay on the line with me.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was North 1900.
Yes.
Okay.
October 9, 2019, 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
You know what direction he was going?
He went behind my house and it's so dark out there and I just went in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then.
Okay.
So he was on the north side of my house is where he went to get away.
Okay.
He didn't say anything or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either. So I don't think it was loaded.
Okay. And what is your name?
My name is Tammy Daybell.
Okay, I will pass your information on to my deputies. We actually just had a previous call about this individual, so they're out in the area looking now.
Okay, yeah, I think it was my son-in-law who lives diagonal from us that called you guys already.
Oh,
So
okay.
I just wanted to make sure it got reported. So,
Let's see. And what's your son-in-law's name?
Joseph Murray.
Okay, yep, it was him.
Okay.
So, all right, I have a deputy that will be out at your home here shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Correct. Having a rifle and shooting at her.
Having a rifle and shooting at her.
Having a rifle and pointing at her.
Is that what you heard?
Yes.
Okay, but I guess we can let the jury make a determination about what they heard, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we previously talked to, and Judge, I'm asked to publish 14A.
All right, do you have that with you?
I do, and it's already been admitted and accepted.
Okay, 14A may be published.
Now, officer, you're looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 14A, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's a big black round thing on the top of that gun. Do you know what that is?
That's a hopper.
Okay, and it's pretty distinct, right?
Yes.
Pretty clear to identify that it's a hopper on the top of a paintball gun, correct?
Yes.
So if someone is in a situation where they're looking at something and they're clearly able to determine that there's a hopper on the gun, this would be a situation where they'd be able to clearly see that there's a hopper, correct?
If they're clearly able to see that, then yes.
Okay. That's through their testimony, talks about being able to clearly see that there's a hopper on a gun. That's a distinguishing fact, that's a distinguishing feature of a paintball gun. Is that correct?
If they clearly see it, yes.
Yeah, and if they're able to identify the fact that a particular paintball gun has a hopper, and they can identify the hopper, it's obviously they saw a hopper, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. But you spoke about it a little earlier where you said they're now designing paintball guns that look like rifles.
Yes.
And they're being very creative in doing that, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I would suggest to you that there are instances where people have manufactured paintball guns to make the scopes on a gun look like a hopper. Correct?
Are you suggesting that to me or asking?
Yeah, I'm suggesting, asking you that.
Possibly.
Possibly. Okay. So if that were one of those special guns where they created a gun that had something on it that looked like a scope, someone could confuse the difference between a scope and a hopper, right?
Yes.
But if someone specifically says they saw a hopper on a gun, there's no.
Objection, Your Honor. This is going to call for speculation.
Sustained.
Clearly, that was a picture of a hopper on the gun, right?
During the day, yes.
Yeah, and you're able to distinguish that very clearly, right?
In the daylight, yes.
Oh, you're telling me that there's a difference? You wouldn't be able to tell that in the night on the back of a porch with a light on?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
Sustained. And strike the answer.
Are you aware that there are lights on the front of the garage of the Daybell residence?
I was aware on that last call you played that Tammy Daybell said it was dark outside.
Right. But you didn't hear anything about the fact that there were lights out there or that the garage and the driveway was illuminated, right?
I didn't hear any of that.
Okay. I didn't know if I heard an objection or not, Judge, to that.
Withdrawn.
Go ahead.
Okay. But you did note that she identified it as a paintball gun, didn't she?
She used that with the rifle and gun.
Okay. And whooshing sound, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, Judge, I believe that Exhibit 16 was previously admitted. If I could have the bailiff bring me Exhibit 16.
This detective takes no shit from Pryor.
Yeah.
Zero shit taken.
And as we always say, if this is annoying the chat so much, I am sure this is annoying the jury.
Officer,
like, move on, dude.
are you aware as part of your investigation that Tammy Daybell sent out a Facebook posting to what she described as the Friends of the Salem Ward? Do you recall looking at something like that?
I remember she sent something out on that, yes.
Okay. You don't have a recollection of what it said, though, probably, correct?
Not exactly.
And Judge, could we publish Exhibit 16?
You may.
I have it ready to go, Judge, whenever the clerk is ready. I don't know if I can expand that or not, Judge. No. Are you able to read that, officer, on your monitor?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Would you read that email for me?
something really weird just happened, and I want you to know so you can watch out. I'd gone home and parked him out in our front driveway. As I was getting stuff out of the back seat, a guy wearing a ski mask was suddenly standing by the back of my car with a paintball gun. He shot at me several times, although I don't think it was loaded.
Okay, you can stop there. So again, and this email that you said you reviewed was to the Friends of the Salem Third Ward. Do you know what the Salem Third Ward is?
Are you referring to the Facebook or the email?
Facebook, the Facebook here that was sent out.
Okay. I'm not just a church ward,
Okay,
the Salem Third Ward.
okay. You've heard of that before? You've heard of the Salem Third Ward before?
Well, I'm assuming it's their church they go to out that way.
Okay, you don't know how large of a ward that is or how many members they communicate to, right?
I don't.
Okay, but you do know that she got on there at this point and discussed the incident that took place, correct?
Yes.
And did she ever use the term rifle in this Facebook posting?
No.
Did she ever use the word gun?
No.
But she did use the word paintball gun, correct?
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Okay. All right, Judge, I'm done with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Lippy!
Fine.
Judge, I need the court to advise whether or not Exhibit 15 has been admitted or offered for admission. Pull this out and Judge ask that the court, I think this is by stipulation of the parties. Exhibit 15 has been stipulated by the parties to be admitted, and I'd ask it to be marked and accepted with the court, Exhibit 15.
Heard from Tammy Daybell's phone, and the contents of her phone have been stipulated to.
Okay, so Exhibit 15 is offered and will be admitted.
Before I go into Exhibit 15, Officer, you discussed that you did a lot of discovery and looking at what was the term you used? What?
Geofencing?
Geofencing. And when you're looking at phone records and emails and Facebook postings, sometimes there's a reference after the time that indicates the letters UTC. Are you familiar with what UTC means?
I've heard the term. I'm trying to think. I believe it's a couple hours off of certain time zones.
Okay. And are you aware that in Idaho, it's a universal time zone equation that they put together, right? So that the whole world is on the same time zone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Right. And are you aware that Idaho is when there's a UTC, you have to actually subtract 6 hours from the time that's noted on a UTC. Does that sound about right?
I know you had to subtract. I'm not sure if it's 6 hours, but yes, I do know you had to subtract some hours.
Do you have any reason to believe that it's not 6 hours?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now, I'd like to go back to the call from Tammy Daybell. And if you don't remember, it's fine. But the call to 911, do you recall what time that call was made? Is there some kind of report you could refresh your recollection with quickly?
Well, I know there was two that came in, one from Joseph Ryan and Tammy. I believe hers was around 9:41.
Okay. Okay. And then hers was 9:41
I believe so.
or 9:51, somewhere in there.
I'm not 100% sure on that, so I guess I can't testify truly on that.
Okay. Okay. But it was clearly after 9:30 though.
Objection, Your Honor. The officer just said he couldn't testify to that.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay. Judge, I'd like to put up Exhibit 15 for publication.
You may publish.
I'm ready, Judge, whenever the clerk is.
Get someone to maybe.
Okay. And I would represent to you that this was off of Tammy Daybell's account, stipulated by the parties as a retrieval of her Google searches. Can you read the very first one?
Search for a paintball gun.
Okay.
Paintball guns.
We talked about the UTC and I guess I suggested it was 6 hours. You didn't really specify, but would you read the date of when that was done, that Google search was done?
October 10th, 2019.
Okay, October 10th, 2019. And the time on that, the UTC time would be what?
If it is 6 hours, it would be 9:29.
On the 18th.
Correct.
Okay.
On the 10th.
You're right. I'm sorry. All right. So the day that this incident took place was what?
October 9th.
Okay. And the UTC, if it goes back 6 hours from AM at 3:29 AM on the 10th, going back 6 hours, wouldn't that put us at 9:30 on the 9th?
Yes.
Okay. So at well, actually, let's
Well,
be clear, 9:29 on the 9th, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at 9:29 on the 9th of October, there was a Google search by Tammy Daybell searching out paintball guns, correct?
Correct.
Now, I don't remember seeing a discussion with Officer Coulter in his, I guess it was his second report, where he talked about that Tammy Daybell did a Google search on paintball guns.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying.
Did you see that?
Wait. Objection pending. It's sustained.
Did you see a reference in Officer Coulter's second report about Google searches at 9:29 on the 9th of October?
No.
Okay, well, your previous testimony was that Tammy Daybell made a 911 call sometime 9:41 is what you recalled. But the Google search occurred at 9:29. Is that what you see?
Yes.
So what we can gather from that is that Tammy Daybell, after this incident, did a search of paintball guns and then 10 minutes later called 911, right?
Yes.
Do you remember what the date of the Facebook posting was when she posted that Facebook?
I do not recall that date.
Okay. And then let's move down a little bit. The next one.
Search for an airsoft guns,
Okay. And again, the time.
October 10th, 2019 at 3:29.
So basically, if we go back to UTC time, we're back at around 9:30 again, right?
Yes.
So her Google searches at that point, and just for everybody's edification, we don't need to go down the other ones because they're not relevant to this, but the first two, the first one was a paintball gun search at 9:29, right?
Yes.
Then she looked for an airsoft gun search at 9:29, right?
Yes.
Did she ever look for a rifle?
She did not.
Did she ever look at any other shotgun?
She did not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
Who cares? Like who? Like what point is
don't-
he trying to make? Who cares? Tammy either mistakenly thought it was a paintball gun, but all that matters is that's what she thought it was. I don't see how any of this is relevant. Like I don't get what point he's trying to drive home. Like in Tammy's mind, she thought it was a paintball gun. Period.
Nobody was there from your agency
Exactly. I
at the
don't-
time
I
of this
don't-
incident with Tammy Daybell and this person. Is that correct? That she was allegedly shot at,
We responded to that.
but nobody was there when it occurred.
Correct.
And in fact, Chad wasn't there either, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you know from the report that Tammy talked about Chad and Garth coming out afterwards, correct?
Yes.
And there's no indication at the time of this occurrence that there was anybody other than a masked man
Definitely.
and Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
Definitely.
And in Tammy's email, Chad and Garth.
Well, Chad and Garth were inside the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time of this alleged shooting, the two people would be a masked man and Tammy Daybell. Would that be fair?
Outside of the residence, yes.
Okay. So the best person to determine what type of instrument this was would be one of the people who was there at the time, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Your Honor, may I voir dire nave objection?
Well, just the way that question was phrased, I'm overruling that. It was just of the two. Go ahead and re-ask the question, Mr. Pryor.
The best person to determine what type of instrument that was would have been Tammy Daybell, correct?
One of
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
It calls for speculation. May I voir dire nave objection?
Go ahead.
Detective Kaikamanu, did you ever have an opportunity to speak with Tammy Daybell?
No.
Did you ever determine her knowledge of firearms?
No.
Do you know her experience with paintball guns?
No.
Do you know her experience with firearms?
No.
So do you know if she'd be able to tell the difference?
No.
Your Honor, I'd object to that. It calls for speculation.
All right. Well, I am going to overrule it on the speculation objection, but of course you'll be able to redirect Ms. Blake.
Yeah. So again, you actually corrected me. There are two people there that would know what type of instrument that would do. Two people that would be the best people to identify what kind of instrument, correct?
Correct. One of the two.
Yeah, the person in the ski mask would be one. We don't know who that was, right?
Correct.
And Tammy Daybell.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Officer, or Judge, I'd like to now go through on the Elmo Exhibit 107, if I could.
You may.
Thank you,
You
Your Honor.
fucked up. You fucked up big time. You can't listen for shit.
We'll allow that to be published. It's already been admitted.
Elmo knows where you live.
Talk with the prosecuting attorney. This has already been admitted, and you went through that. You recall that, right?
Yes.
Now, as part of your examination, you provided records from Fremont County Sportsman's Club, right?
Yes.
And you did the start date of sometime of 10/16. Is that right? Is that what you recall?
The start date of
Of when the documents that you provided to the prosecuting attorney. The first entry on there, it looks to be about 10/16. Am I mistaken?
I'd have to relook at those.
Okay, Judge, could we show this to the witness to refresh his recollection? When you're done, just hand it back. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think I
Did you
agree.
just
It's
reference?
their exhibit of
Tammy would never think that somebody was trying to kill her with a gun. You know what I mean? Like that would
Not in
just
a million years.
be anything that would come in her mind. So the only thing reasonable would be that it was either an airsoft gun or a paintball gun. Like she just would have no reason to think that somebody was trying to kill her. You know what I mean? Like
It didn't register. Like she was like, this is just some teenage kid probably that's like doing some prank with the paintball gun. There's no way that it would register that there was a hit out on her life.
sure,
Like,
she would never, her mind would never go to, oh my God, somebody was just trying to shoot me and kill me. You know, like that's just not where she would go. Like there's no way.
the entries to the visits to the Sportsman's, I don't want to mistake the name of the organization, Sportsman's Gun Club.
That is Exhibit 390A. I'm sorry, 396A.
Is Pryor trying to fight this so hard because
Okay, and if I could have that back.
he needs it to be a paintball gun so that it can't be viewed as an actual attempt on Tammy's life? I mean, that's the only explanation I can think, that he's trying so hard to have this thing as an actual paintball gun. You know what I'm saying? So that, because obviously if it was a true attempt on her life, the gun jam because it was cold, that's an actual attempt on her life, which then obviously when she ends up deceased short time later, it's exceptionally damning, right? I mean,
right.
it's
It's, like it
gotta
was
be his
definitely
whole-
planned and definitely thought out, premeditated, as
Right.
opposed to, yeah. I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, now, did you happen to take the time to look at the entries prior to that time?
Prior to 10/16, yes.
You did.
Yes.
And Alex Cox arrived in Idaho from what you learned from your investigation about when?
On the 1st of September.
So on the 1st of September. So after arriving, as part of your investigation, what did you discover from September 1st to October 15th in terms of the number of times that Alex Cox visited the gun range?
Give those dates one more time.
September 1st we'll just make it October 15th.
So Alex Cox, from my knowledge, was at the gun range in St. Anthony from October 7th to the 16th.
Okay. And you don't have any entries of him being there in September?
Not at the Fremont County gun range, no.
Do you have him at any other gun range in the month of September?
I believe there were some in Rexburg, Idaho.
Okay. And when you say some, that would indicate that there were more than 2 or 3. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So he'd had a habit. You also had an opportunity to review the searches of Alex Cox on his computer as well, correct?
I don't believe on his computer.
You didn't review any of that?
I reviewed some of the Homer J. Maximus. I'm not sure if that was off of his computer or not.
Okay. But as part of the Homer J. Maximus, are you aware that Alex Cox had been looking at weapons as early as 2017?
I was not aware of that early, no.
Okay. Well, how early were you aware of when he was looking at weapons?
September, October of 2019.
And that's because that's when you went, that was your reference point. September 1st is when you started your reference point, right?
What I looked at, yes.
Yeah. So you didn't really go back and look at all of the searches that Alex Cox conducted prior to September of 2019, right?
I did not.
Okay. Okay. But you are aware that Alex Cox has a history of engaging in the use of guns or other weapons on folks, right?
Objection, Your Honor. States facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Are you aware, and I'll rephrase that, you're aware of the situation regarding Brandon Boudreaux, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that it's alleged that Alex Cox at a long distance shot at Brandon Boudreaux, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware of Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Alex Cox took a gun and at close range murdered Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that in both of those instances, Chad Daybell has not been criminally implicated in either of those cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Chad Daybell has not been charged in either of those cases. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any other instances where Alex Cox engaged in conduct towards other people with the use of any kind of a weapon?
Of a firearm?
Any kind of a weapon.
I know that there was an incident with Lori's.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
I think this is the taser, maybe the taser incident.
Mhm.
I think there was a tasing to the balls at some point. I think.
There was of Ryan, right?
Yeah. Yeah. This is not going to be fruitful. If I'm the prosecution, I'm
All right. Thank you, counsel.
one question, and it's simple. It's, do you have any reason to believe that that was a paintball gun? He'll say calls for speculation. The judge will probably allow him to answer it, and he'll say no. You can't look at everything in a vacuum in light of the fact that she dies and all these other people are dead as a result of various things. It's clear Alex is never rolling to that property with a paintball gun, right? Like no one.
No.
I don't think that they can prove that it was a gun, but common sense dictates to anybody, including the jury, that was an actual weapon, right?
Yeah. I mean, I agree.
So we took up a evidentiary ruling outside the presence of the jurors. Mr. Pryor, you may continue with your cross-examination.
So we talked a little bit about the fact that you're aware that Alex visited the gun range in September of 2019, right?
Yes.
You're not aware of whether he had visited or went to any gun ranges when he was living in Arizona 6 months prior. You didn't look into that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, officer, this will be tricky. On your Homer J. Maximus, you talked about a number of searches. Didn't you recall that, correct?
Yes.
He almost called him Homer J. Simpson.
He almost did. He was
almost
so
slipped
close.
up.
Oops, Judge, this is the Elmo. I'm sorry.
And what is it you're publishing?
Uh,
Okay. This is part of Exhibit 107B.
And this talked a little bit about the gun and the distance and everything else, correct?
Yes.
And what I'm wondering about is that the first one that says the Grendel drop 100 to 200 yards, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now Tammy Daybell's driveway, and you described it as the distance between the end of the desk there and towards this first section here, correct?
Yes.
And for a clear record, we're 30 to 40 feet?
Sure.
Okay. Now, if we do math and look at 100 yards, how many feet is 100 yards? Do you know?
Oh my God.
Well,
300 feet.
I can help if you'd
Yeah.
like.
Yeah. Help me out.
Yeah, me too. I had to look at, no, I didn't have to look it up. It's 3 feet per yard.
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I know you weren't, that's not fair. It's 3 feet per yard. Okay, you
Yes.
know that, right? So if we're looking at a Grendel drop, we start at 300 feet, right?
Okay.
And then if we go to 200 yards, we go to 600 feet. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Now, none of those feet distances really apply to Tammy Daybell's driveway, right?
Not her driveway.
Okay. And then the 100 yards to 300 yards is the same thing, 300 feet to 900 feet, correct?
Yes.
So obviously what he was looking at this point is the distance and how to put a rifle and the amount of drop after you shoot it, that the bullet drops after a certain distance, right?
Yes.
And when was this in October?
This was searched October 8th.
Okay. And, when I looked at this, I was curious, is there any indication that Alex Cox purchased a big game hunting license in October?
That I am unaware of.
Okay. And would you agree with me that October is also hunting season for various big game?
It is hunting season, yes.
Okay. And then he looked at, and you could use a Grendel for a hunting gun, is that correct?
You could, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And if you were to purchase pants and just trying to just conceal yourself while you're out hunting. It wouldn't be inappropriate to buy different various suits to conceal yourself. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Oops. I'm grateful to whoever put the tape up there. And then we go to October 10th. How to prepare your AR for cold weather. Now, if you're out shooting and you're out hunting, and I'm not suggesting we use an AR for hunting, but in October when you're out hunting, that's a cold time to go hunting, isn't it?
Yes, it could be cold.
Okay. Okay.
We all are, Kai. We all are so lost.
And then we talked a little bit about the ghillie suit, and potentially that could be something that could be used as a hunting outfit when you were out in the game hunting, right?
Could be, yes.
Yeah. Well, you can buy those at Sportsman's Warehouse or Cabela's or any of those stores, right?
Yes.
You looked into that, and that's where you get them, right?
You can, yes.
Sportsman stores for outdoor activities in October, right? Right?
Yes, you can buy them there.
Okay. Now, what we did is then we looked at a FBI simulation of shooting a 5.56 through car doors and walls. And a 5.56 is a type of a bullet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a specific bullet. And what it appears is there was a search to see what kind of a bullet would go through car doors and walls, correct?
Yes.
And then you would also see what kind of caliber under that would penetrate a windshield, correct?
Yes.
Now, we know that the allegations about Alex Cox is that he took a shot at Brandon Boudreaux, correct?
Yes.
And in relation to Lori Vallow, Brandon Boudreaux was Lori Vallow's, no, Melanie Pulowski was Lori Vallow's niece, right?
Yes.
And she was married to Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
So Brandon Boudreaux was the male spouse of Alex Cox's niece, Melanie Pulowski, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Alex Cox took a shot at the male member of the relationship between Melanie, Lori's family, and the male, right?
Yes.
And then Alex Cox murdered husband number 4 by taking a gun and shooting him at close range. And that was Lori Vallow's husband number 4, correct?
I'm not sure what husband it was.
Okay. Well, she's had 5, right?
Okay.
Well, do you know that?
I'm not 100% sure on it.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Okay. So, but we do know that Alex Cox is accused of murdering Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when I go down, you testified that Chad Daybell, well, before we get that, it would seem that, would you agree with me that it would seem that the searches here, the Google searches, would suggest that Alex Cox is looking at shooting at some sort of a Dodge Dakota vehicle. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And it looks like it wasn't for target practice. It was to do some harm, correct?
I don't know what his intent was, but it's not target practice, I would say.
Well, it wouldn't be target practice if you're trying to penetrate a windshield, is it?
No.
And it isn't target practice if you're asking how thick is the 22 gauge steel on a Dodge Dakota, right?
No.
So apparently what Alex Cox had in mind was to do some harm for whoever is driving a Dodge Dakota, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that Chad Daybell was the one driving the Dodge Dakota?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence.
Stand.
Are you aware of the 2 vehicles that Chad and Tammy Daybell owned?
I'm aware of a Dodge Dakota that was registered to both of them.
Right. But you don't have any specific information about whether or not it was Chad who was the primary driver of the Dodge Dakota, right?
I don't have any facts that he was the primary driver, no.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Records, right? Now, as part of your investigation, you talked a little bit about phone records, right? Phone records. Alex's records in terms of his location, right?
On Homer J. Maximus devices.
Okay, and you looked at that. What was the device that you were reviewing to determine that?
I'm not sure what device that was.
Okay. Okay. All right, then we'll save that for another day.
You sure can say anything to an insurance company, Mona.
Now, Judge, previously, we stipulated and the court entered exhibit number 14. I'd like the court's permission to go over exhibit 14 with the witness.
All right. Has that previously been admitted?
Judge, I have it here with a stamp on it. I think we had already established and stipulated to that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Established and stipulated to it, Judge. I'm sorry.
And the state had reviewed this. It's my understanding these are the extracts from Tammy Daybell's phone or contain extracts. I think it's actually a police report referencing those extracts from her phone.
Okay. It's been admitted, so it may be published.
If I could just have a moment, Judge. I'm sorry.
Your world frightens and confuses me.
Come on, Pryor. Let's go.
Judge.
Yes.
Oh, we got an approachal. Maybe this is about to.
Publishing that particular exhibit, we just redacted an identifier mark from that we caught. So you may go ahead and publish when you'd like, Mr. Pryor.
Now, officer, on this particular document, I would represent to you that this is one of your reports. Do you, on the little bit that you're seeing, do you recognize that?
Yes.
So on March 16th, you received information from Google LERS. What's LERS?
Google Lears Law Enforcement.
Okay. And you asked for information attached to this, and this was information that you were getting regarding Tammy Daybell's email account. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Did you get the entire email account?
Yes.
And did you go through the entire email account?
Yes.
And you reviewed all of the emails and you made a determination as to which ones you in particular felt were relevant to this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said after looking at the emails, you didn't include the ones that were significant. And there were photos, emails, chats. The information that I found relevant to the investigation, you see attached here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then would you read the line that starts in the email folder are chats? Would you read that one for me?
In the email folder are chats between Tammy and Mark while on his mission. Want me to read the whole?
If you would, if you don't mind.
There are also chats between Mark, Tammy, Seth, Garth, and Emma. During some chats, it is very clear that chat is messaging. In the chats, it is also clear that chats are coming from Tammy's email.
Okay. And then I'll go to the next line saying, looking over the inbox of Tammy's email, it shows, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Let me get a record, right? Looking over the inbox of Tammy's email, it shows the first section as chats, mainly with Mark, while he is on his mission. In the chats, it does not show the time or date when the chats are taking place, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then the line below, why don't you read the line below for me?
While looking over the chats, there are several that lead me to believe Tammy, along with Mark, Emma, Garth, Seth, and Leah, have knowledge of the belief in light and dark people that Chad talked about and believed.
Okay. So what I gather from that is your assessment in the reports that after you reviewed all of the emails and you said you reviewed them all.
Yes.
That's a significant job.
Yes.
And in reviewing all of those, you came to the conclusion that the Daybell, Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell, and his 5 children had knowledge of the belief in light and dark people.
Yes.
And the light and dark is a religious reference that's mentioned by Chad, right?
Yes.
It's mentioned by other people in this case, right?
Yes.
It's also mentioned to some extent in predominantly most religions. Would you agree with that?
Say that again.
Predominantly in most religions, there's a reference to light and dark, right?
I can't testify that.
Okay.
I don't know all the religions.
Okay. And then the religious practice that these folks practice, that Tammy and the children and Chad practices, of what faith?
LDS.
Okay. Okay. Then we go on, and if you would, I'll take a look at the next one where it says, during the chats, Mark's camera was not working, and Tammy informed him that his camera was cursed, and Dad was removing it, right?
Yes.
Okay. In more chats, Mark asked if anything was found or notable in him when he was body coded. I'm not sure what body coded means. Do you have any knowledge of what being a body or body coded talks about?
No.
Okay. Okay. But it was Mark who was talking about the body coding. Would that be your assessment?
Yes.
Okay. And then Tammy responds, you has a lot of weapons, negative chords and curses, plus trapped emotions. We cleared out quite a bit. We'll do that more regularly for you. So second to the last sentence says we cleared it out, right?
Yes.
Would you believe that that was Tammy and Chad who were clearing out these negative chords and curses?
In this email, yes.
Okay. And then we'll do that more regularly for you. And again, we'll do that more regularly for you. That implies that it was both Tammy and Chad talking about helping them clear out these weapons, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then we go down to the next one, and it starts with on another chat. Chad said, Mom and I taught 12-year-old Sunday school yesterday. Canyon Scott's actions confirmed he is 4.2 dark. You see that?
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether Canyon Scott is dead or has been murdered or any investigation into that kind of a matter?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay. And do you know who Canyon Scott is?
I do not.
Okay. But obviously, it's someone who attends church or attends Sunday school where Chad and Tammy went to their Sunday school, right?
Yes.
So we could presume that it was someone in Fremont or Madison County, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then it goes on, I will enjoy watching his growth to world terror and domination. And then Emma replies, I like Canyon though. I'll slow down. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The next line is, I will enjoy watching his growth to world terror and domination, right?
Yes.
Emma replies, I like Canyon though. Tammy and Chad reply, unfortunately, he's already influencing Will Dowling. Who's Will Dowling? Do you know?
I do not.
Okay. And Mark goes, I like Jose, and I can't pronounce that last name, Ojeda also. And Mark says, darkness is interesting. And then Tammy and Chad both say, maybe they are influencing you too. They are charming, right?
Yes.
So we don't have any information about Jose Ojeda or anything about him, any criminal activity associated with his demise, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Ojeda.
A while
Sure.
to the court.
Let's
Obviously.
take our lunch recess. We try to do that at noon for timing of things. So that'll work out well. We are stopping right here about noon. We'll try to resume further testimony 1:00 and take the lunch break now.
So, Bob, you know what I was thinking with what we've just watched? What better commercial for what we're doing next week, Bob? Because if you did not have to see all this if you're following this trial, like there was so much there that you didn't have to see. And next week when we cover Karen Reed, both our wives are going to be coming on tonight, and they'll give you the highlights, the stuff you need to see. Did you need to see that entire? I don't know if there's anyone here that thinks they need to see that entire cross-examination, because that was brutal.
Yeah, it was. I mean, like the contrast of like just pretrial hearings.
Yeah, that too.
Read to like what we just witnessed there. You know, because I mean, Pryor could have ended that after probably 10 questions. I mean, he just belabored the point, which, in my estimation, if his whole thing is going to be that Lori and Alex and maybe Melanie and Mordo, whoever was, you know, the culprits of all these murders, like, why isn't he leaning into the emails that we see where Lori's manipulating Chad? Oh, you know, it's a real shame we're not going to be able to be together because, you know, you're too big of a, you know, wimp to, you know, get rid of your wife or whatever. You know, why isn't he leaning into, okay, well, yeah, that probably was Alex with a gun. And I mean, we know Chad's at home with her, right? I mean, like, would Chad like be in the house, like and ordering a hit on his wife? You know, I mean, like, lean into that thing, and like he's just not doing it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's that was, I saw Travis in there, and Travis is a fellow defense guy. Yeah, Travis, he does control witnesses, but as you continue to watch him, you know as well as I do that, you know, just the way that he controls witnesses and how it's playing off to a jury over the long haul is going, the cumulative effect of that, I think, has been negative for him. Because as we've been watching this whole thing, because as it progresses, I think that he becomes unlikable despite his talents. Like, and he is a talented cross-examiner, but like, I think that his inability to just kind of be even keeled all the time. Like, and I think we'll see again when we're watching the Karen Reed trial, when you see Jackson and Yannetti going, and those guys are both former prosecutors. So they've been on both sides of this thing. When you see them on a cross-examination in terms of what's more effective for a jury, and as I was discussing yesterday, I can't ignore what I'm seeing in the chat with respect to, whether or not people are influenced by knowing the whole story or not. I think the fact of the matter is that he grinds on people's nerves, and our chat is the jury. Our chat are just lay people who are watching a trial and hearing the testimony and hearing the evidence. And he rubs almost everybody to a person the wrong way, which is counter to what he's able to produce in terms of points, because he has made many points. I think that he hasn't made as many the past couple days as he did early on. But again, that goes to the strength of the witnesses they're putting on. We've been saying, that the state is going to be continuing to roll downhill like a snowball, hopefully getting bigger and bigger with more effective witnesses as they get closer to their case in chief coming to an end. So that's what you want to see. You want to see witnesses where he's not going to be able to do as much in terms of gaining points back. Like there was nothing you could do with the teacher friends that all to a person said that Tammy was in very good health. Like not only that, she was like fit, like go for a year. When they threw up her Fitbit stuff, it was like, to me, that was incredibly powerful when you look at it into relation to when she dies, like seemingly with no cause whatsoever as to why she would suddenly die unexpectedly. And what is he going to do with that? There's nothing he could do with it, and he didn't do anything with it.
Except make statements that even alienate him even further. I feel like, and like to your point, Bob, he knew that slide was going to go up there that said that she had 300,000 steps in a month, yet he still tried to attack these women, like and by saying it in a condescending manner, like with that. I didn't want to disparage anyone, but she wasn't really that fit, was she? Like not word for word, but like, why would he do that when he knows it's going to slide to come up?
I thought it was even worse than that. Like it was like every woman on that jury was like immediately hated him. It's like immediately. It's probably the men less, just because men are knuckleheads, and they don't feel it the same way a woman would, because of life and how women have been treated since the beginning of time, so it's like women are far more sensitive to that kind of stuff. But, the makeup of this jury is plenty of women on that jury, so, I mean, you gotta play to your audience when you're a lawyer, and you got to know your audience is the jury, so he seems to be a bit tone deaf to it. I do give him a bit of a pass in the sense that he is doing this alone, though. I mean, that is unequivocal. Like, this is just a very, very tough gig to do alone. Like, you see, Karen's got 3 lawyers over there and a tech team. You know what I mean? Like, she had the money, she had the dough, apparently, to hire a top-notch legal defense team. So, and we'll see that. We'll see that in terms of. Yeah, I just think that Pryor really misplayed this one in terms of his narrative. Like he missed his opportunity to turn that into, yeah, well, I agree. I think that Tammy misquantified that gun. I think that was an actual gun. We have he should have been leaning into that. Yeah, it could have been it makes sense. We know that Alex tried to kill Brandon Boudreaux with a gun, with an actual gun. So this would make sense that Alex was again doing Lori's dirty work, because we know Lori wanted Tammy. I don't know. He just didn't lean into that at all. So I don't know. All right, let's take lunch, man.
Well, I got an idea for you, Bob. It's like we got like 15 minutes, so I have an idea. We both got to eat. I got like a 15-minute video from my wife that I could play instead of just having like start a new stream. And I don't know, unless you want to just stop and start another one, because then I got to like read. What do you guys think?
Record with Tony Bruschi real quickly.
Well, I can keep. I can get you off I'll keep the stream up, and then you just come back on. Like
Okay.
I'll turn your camera off. I'll turn the whole thing off. I'll keep mine on. This way we don't have to, because like by the time I set up a new one and send it out and everything.
I'll turn my camera off. I'll keep my stream running, and then
yeah, keep it, and then just when you come back on, I'll put you back on.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Okay.
I'm gonna share this video, folks.
All right, I'll see y'all in a bit.
All right. So if you guys don't know, this is my wonderful wife, Shannon. She has her own channel, Mindful Crime Couture. I figured, why not? Let's just watch this instead of starting. And I'm gonna get something to eat too, probably. This is her regarding Wendy. Yeah, let me turn off Bob so he's not on here. Squaducial. Her channel is Mindful Crime Couture if you're on the replay. And this is a little video she did on Wendy Adelson. And I'm going to play it, and I'll be right back and get something to eat, and I'll be right back.
Mental health professional. I am Hey, I'm Shannon. Welcome back to my channel, Mindful Crime Couture.
It's on 1.25. I should probably put it to normal. And then we'll be back, folks, back to Daybell when it comes back.
Am a licensed mental health professional. I am a master's level practitioner, which means that I do not diagnose and I cannot prescribe medication. And none of this anyways is meant to be mental health advice. I want to get into today a little bit about Miss Wendy. I found this on Gigi's page, Pretty Lies and Alibis. She had posted yearbook photos from Wendy, and one of them was that Wendy was voted by her senior class most likely to succeed. As you can see, she has her tennis racket. In the video that my husband did with Jared Ross, he went to high school with Wendy and Charlie, and he talked about that Wendy was a very, very good tennis player and that she was also very smart. And I'm going to link that video below, because if you haven't watched that video, it is amazing. Okay, so Wendy graduated in 1997 from Taravella High School. If you have already been through this process, you know that this is something that you know that you're going to do throughout your high school career. You, especially in this time of the 90s, the yearbook was a really big thing because we didn't have every single thing recorded on our phone, because we didn't have phones that we were carrying around. So the yearbook was a little time capsule that you could keep forever. And I believe that Wendy probably put a lot of thought into this, being that she was a studious person. Now we are going to take a look at what Wendy wanted written beside her senior picture in the yearbook. So here's what Wendy chose to write next to her picture. She has, "True happiness consists not in the multitude of friends, but in the worth and choice. And the atrocities of school I can forgive, for I never was a cornflake girl. He who knows himself is enlightened. Keep the faith." Wendy Adelson. So that's, I mean, there's a lot there. This is long. It's not just like,
I just put Shannon's YouTube as a QR code if you want to scan that.
Some little one-liner. And something interesting about this quote is that it's actually, Wendy didn't write it. I guess she may have written the keep the faith part, and she definitely arranged it, but she didn't write it. The very first part of the quote, "True happiness consists not in the multitude of friends, but in the worth and choice," is actually a quote by playwright Ben Jonson. He was a contemporary of Shakespeare. There was rumored to be some competition between the two of them about who was a better poet / playwright. And The atrocities of school I can forgive, for I never was a cornflake girl, is actually 2 separate lyrics by Tori Amos. Tori Amos was kind of the alternative it girl. It wasn't mainstream to like Tori Amos, is what I should be saying. You know, it was not pop music that she was putting out. So, and the atrocities of school I can forgive is actually a quote from the song Happy Phantom. It's from the album Little Earthquakes. It came out in 1992. And it is about a ghost who is observing her life from above. Great song. And it is, the video is, you know, she's this happy phantom, like going around scaring the nuns in the schoolyard, etc. And one of the lines is, "And the atrocities of school I can forgive." Now, the next part of that quote isn't from the same song. It is from a song called Cornflake Girl. This is an interesting song. It was on the album Under the Pink. This song, it starts out with the lyric, "Never was a cornflake girl, thought it was a good solution. Hanging with the raisin girls. She's gone to the other side. Giving us the yo heave ho. Things are getting kind of gross, and I go at sleepy time." So, Tori Amos was interviewed, you know, profusely about this in her indie lyrics all the time. You know, people wanted to know, what does she mean by what she's saying? She says in an interview with Rolling Stone that cornflake girls versus raisin girls were something that her and her peers came up with when she was younger, and that a cornflake girl was a girl that would turn on you, and it was a girl that would turn on other girls, and it was basically that the raisin girls were the girls that would stay loyal and true, but they weren't as popular as if you think of a box of like Raisin Bran, there are far more flakes than there are raisins. Interestingly enough, Tori Amos was in a cornflakes commercial or a Kellogg's commercial for flakes and raisin cereal.
Between 4 wholesome grains, each one crisp and crunchy, with the sun-rich goodness of raisins, nuts, and chopped dates.
She denies that this influenced the 1990s song that she wrote. However, this commercial was in the late 80s.
Just right.
Tori says also in this interview with Rolling Stone was influenced by her, not only this, you know, saying she had as a girl, but also because she had just read Possessing the Secret of Joy by Alice Walker, and she was horrified specifically by the depth of female involvement in females, close females, betraying other members of their family or friends, other female members of their family or friends, by leading them into atrocity of female genitalia mutilation in Africa. And that is what Possessing the Secret of Joy by Alice Walker is about. And so Tori, you know, combined those two things and wrote Cornflake Girl. Now, the very next part of Wendy's quote is, "He who knows himself is enlightened." And this is by Lao Tzu. And Lao Tzu is an ancient Chinese philosopher. And this is actually only half the quote. She doesn't give us the entire quote with this. She ends it with "keep the faith," which is not attributed to Lao Tzu or any of these other people above them. That leaves off the beginning of the quote. The beginning of the quote is actually, "He who knows others is wise. He who knows himself is enlightened." So she just chose that, "He who knows himself is enlightened." And then she ends with "keep the faith" and her name. So what are my speculations about this? Of course, everyone's going to be looking at this like, are you seriously, you know, analyzing what she wrote in her high school yearbook, Shannon? I, you know, wrote some weird thing too. Yes, because I find it interesting. And because Wendy is a person who takes herself pretty seriously. And we know from her friend, Jared Ross, that this is not something new, that she had always taken herself seriously. She was a very serious student. She got into Ivy League. She was a high achiever athletically as well as academically, and she enjoyed the privilege of looking very attractive as well. So, although there are a variety of explanations in personality theory, most experts agree that within personality theory, that an individual's personality is solidly established by the end of childhood, by the end of early childhood. So if we think from that framework and we look at this, what is Wendy trying to tell us? Because clearly this is something that she made for us. She made for an audience. She wrote this for an audience. She did not write this in a journal. So let's dig into what I think about this. The very first thing, which is interesting to me, is that it's like this pastiche or like a collage of all these different thinkers. You know, she has a playwright. She has a...
Oh, KTG, I see, gave out a membership to Cami Q. Thank you so much, KTG. Always and always giver. And folks, let me just make sure that if you're coming in late, we're on lunch break. Should be back shortly on Chad Daybell. We are just watching this as my wonderful wife. We're just watching this real quick, waiting for the Chad Daybell case to continue. When it does continue, Bob is doing something, but Ali is going to join us, so it's going to be awesome. So thanks everyone for being here. Really appreciate it.
Poet / lyricist / musician really reminds me of when you go to your friend's house, or especially if you went to your friend's house in the 90s and they have a bulletin board above their desk and it has this pastiche of ephemera that's from their life, like ticket stubs from concerts and a Polaroid from, you know, their grandma holding them and then blowing out candles on a cake when they're little. And it's just these little tiny snippets of their entire life, collaged for anyone in the public to see, but also because it has meaning to the person who collaged it. So these things have meaning to her. And the interesting thing to me is that, number one, it's cryptic. And that's interesting, obviously, because this is a family who, you know, is employing code over the phone and definitely has their own family language. So that's interesting. It's also cryptic because she doesn't attribute any of the authors. She just passes it off, maybe not like she's hardcore trying to plagiarize, but she's not trying to attribute it to anybody. She is, you know, putting her name on it, which is interesting because, you know, Wendy later on writes a book, and these types of things are important, especially to intellectual people. That credit is given. So it's just interesting little tidbit, I thought. The next thing is that it seems to be very much thumbing her nose at popularity within high school.
We were all pretty bizarre. Some of us are just better at hiding it, that's all.
Not about the number of your friends. It's about the quality and the worth of the choice of your friends. And then she says she's not a cornflake girl, and that there have been atrocities in school, and cornflake girls we know turn on other girls. So she's basically saying, you know, she just has a very limited amount of friends, but they are raisin girls together. They are better, and they are worth much more. And that by knowing that, you know, she's enlightened. And after the ellipsis, keep the faith. Maybe she's saying that to those of us who aren't as enlightened as her, or maybe she's saying that to underclassmen. The other thing that's interesting is that she really wants to be original, and it's nothing that anybody else could come up with. So I feel that that's really like she wants to be like, hey, I'm an individual. And typically, and I feel like I can say this because I also was a Tori Amos fan, this is kind of similar of the type of people who liked Tori Amos in high school. We wanted you to know that, like, we weren't like other girls. Like, we were different. We were individuals. We were artists. We had deep thoughts. We had much deeper thoughts. Another thing about it that's interesting is that not just being cryptic, but she's trying to be a little clever as well. Where did everything else come from? You kind of have to figure it out. And, you know, that she already knew all of those things, I think made her feel a little bit more clever, more superior, more intellectual than maybe her peers who were just, you know, writing something funny. But the last part of the statement is claiming that if you know yourself, as she may be claiming with this statement, you're enlightened. And enlightenment is a state that is definitely superior and more mature than people who aren't enlightened. And so I just thought that that was an interesting moment, especially when she says, keep the faith at the end, because, you know, she's leaving something for the people behind her who aren't as enlightened as her. So now that we've kind of gone through this collage.
Behind the scenes, Allie's yelling at me to not stop showing the time because it looks like I'm trying for the video to end.
Of high school Wendy's public thoughts, I wanted to highlight just a few creepy details. Okay, I am aware that these have nothing to do with anything, but one creepy detail from this little conglomeration that Wendy has placed in the yearbook for all of time is that the song Happy Phantom has some very interesting lyrics. In my last video, which I also have linked below in the description, about the enmeshment of the Adelson family, I also talked briefly about when an enmeshed mother-daughter relationship happens, it often presents as the daughter having a fear of intimacy. So the Happy Phantom song in itself was an interesting choice when you correlate with that, because the Happy Phantom is observing the world from the outside, no longer in the world, and not really engaging with it in the same way that the people who are alive are. So they're detached, they have a sense of longing, but they're not intimately connected. Lastly, I think that some of these lyrics you should definitely listen to. Happy Phantom. I know that I said I'm a Tori Amos fan, but it's worth listening to, especially with the hindsight that we have now on this, that she chose this song or a part of this song. So in the beginning of Happy Phantom, the lyrics are more of a general you, as if we're all going to die, time to be a ghost. Every day we're getting closer. The sun is getting dim. Will we pay for who we've been? But then it moves into the specifics, and it says, the time is getting closer, time to be a ghost. Every day we're getting closer, the sun is getting dim. Will we pay for who I've been? And I can only say, Wendy, I hope you do pay for who you've been. I hope you have exactly the life that you deserve. Thank you all so much for coming into my channel again and for being so supportive. Please check out the videos that I've linked below, and all the creators that have helped me out linked below as well. Thank you so very much. Please like, share, subscribe, save, comment. I love getting comments, and I will catch you on the next one. Thanks. Bye.
All right, folks. So that is my wonderful wife, Shannon, who has her own channel, Mindful Crime Couture. You could scan the code on the screen if you want, or the links are in the chat. She also, by the way, if you don't know this, she bought Wendy's book and is working on doing a summary of each chapter, and she's working on the first chapter as we speak. So look out for her next video. And in the meantime, while we wait here, let me bring on the wonderful Allie Mata, and we're going to talk about the case we're following right now, which is Chad Daybell. Hey, Allie. I think you're muted.
Hey, Jay. Hey, all.
So what are your I'm curious. We've heard Bob's thoughts. What are your wait, this is not what I want. What are your thoughts about Pryor?
Well, you know, and I heard Bob saying like people get upset if he says like a lawyer's doing well. I mean, we're lawyers, so we're going to talk about, you know, whether a lawyer is doing well or not doing well, which kind of has no, you know, bearing on whether or not somebody's guilty or not. It's just like literally his presentation or how he's talking. So, I mean, I haven't listened to that much. Like at first I kind of liked the way he was very soft spoken. And then I heard you or Bob read a comment of somebody's like, that's sort of like the way men are supposed to be portraying themselves in like the Mormon religion or something like that. And then I sort of heard him staying in that same monotoned or soft spoken sort of way, but being like feisty and like rude, you know? So it was like, oh, that's interesting. He can keep that same tone while he's like throwing out digs or whatever. So then I sort of hated that. But I was thinking, and again, I'm not watching as much because I did the whole Lori Vallow thing, and you know, I'm just not. I'm busy. But I was in here when the witnesses that came on yesterday talking about her health, and I'm like whispering to Bob from the other side of the room because I was up late working and I was trying to take a nap, but that that's actually doing it for me, because I was like, I'm not hearing enough evidence that makes him actually know that they're going to murder anybody. And then I was like, oh, that's like drop the mic for me, because why the hell is he telling people she's sickly when she's not, if he doesn't know that she was murdered? You know, and if he knew she was murdered, he knew she was going to be murdered. So to me, that was like really big on establishing he's part of a conspiracy, as opposed to thinking that somehow he really is some sort of deity that can give people numbers and know when they're going to die, and that the kids died and he helped hide the bodies, or whatever the case may be.
Right. Sarah wants to know if you got your appeal done. Your appeal thing done.
I did, and then some new like stuff came in, and I have to revamp the whole thing, so I'm not happy.
Like you have to redo like the whole thing?
Well, there's like it's sort of basically, yeah.
That sucks. And how much time you were spending months on that? Were you not?
Yes, yes. So it's sort of more like a revamping and adding like additional things in, but it's going to take some additional time. But yeah, thanks for asking and reminding me about that.
So what do you think? I'm curious your thoughts so far on Karen Reed. Like, what are your thoughts? Or did you watch the hearing today?
I did watch most of it. I missed some of it, so I was asking Bob, like, can we have somebody put those little whatever it is where somebody puts the markers so we know like what motions they're talking about, so that I could like pay more attention. You know, I have to say I'm always going to come at basically any case pretty much assuming the person's innocent, as you're supposed to. But just being a defense lawyer, like Bob's always like, oh man, no one's ever guilty in your mind, you know, unless they kill their kids, like, you know, what happened here. So, but you know, it's very interesting. I'm definitely of the mindset that even if her vehicle hit him, it surely has nothing to do with the way that the state is portraying it. Like an intentional, she backed up and then pulled forward and just killed him because she wanted to. And for that reason alone, I already distrust the entirety of the state's case, because why in the hell? It's the thing that drives me crazy. In almost every prosecution, I'm like in the background screaming, if you charge my client for what the evidence supports that they actually did, I'll convince my client to plead out, and then we don't have to go to trial, and then we don't have to have this fight. But you're trying to throw in everything under the sun.
Seated.
All right. Are they in the middle of witness or?
Yeah, is still doing cross on Detective Kai Kamanu.
All right, we can have the jurors brought in, please.
By the way, I forgot to discuss. they were talking about biomechanical experts, and I said I know about that. Someone asked, I'm not an attorney, but I worked in insurance for 18 years, and I would hire now. And they talked about there's two different kinds. There's a biomechanical expert, and there's an accident reconstructionist, which are generally speaking two different experts. Sometimes they're both, but that's like that person's got to be super smart. But from my job as defense for plaintiff claims, the argument was always that's junk science. I don't know if you, Ali, if what you could speak on that, but it was always like this isn't real because it's like, and it's different because my cases were like what I was hiring someone was for would be like a minimal impact rear end, and the idea was that the expert would say, well, this impact cannot cause this person to be injured. And then the argument was like, well, that's junk science. So this is going to be different. This is going to be them trying to say these injuries couldn't have been caused by this impact or by, right? That's kind of what they're going to do.
Yeah. And, one thing that I just was talking to Bob about yesterday, like this should show like judges, lawyers, people, prosecutors, that literally every case is almost bullshit because you've got experts from all, like renowned experts, people who deal with this stuff all the day who have completely, one says he could have been hit by a car, and one says it's impossible to be hit by a car.
Right.
Yet people are getting prosecuted on expert witness testimony like that across the United States every single day.
Absolutely. And it's like, then you get it's a witness pissing match. Like who's got the better credentials? I remember it used to be a big deal, and we used to when we had doctors arguing, defense insurance, at least the people from my end when I was handling insurance was like, oh well, this doctor didn't even get a license, had to go to doctor school in like at another country, and that was like a big thing. So like there's so much that comes in, like, and it's all about the credibility. Like me and Bob have been talking about this the entire time. For people who have made up their minds, it hasn't been vetted for you to like look at, like just like today they were talking about the blood alcohol. They're saying she's drunk, but they're saying like, listen, this process wasn't even right, so you got to wait and hear what the experts or what the people say and make your own mind up.
Right.
But for folks who are just coming in, thank you so much. Oh, you just got a new law.
President Cameron, for you, Honor.
Member Joseph.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record after the lunch recess on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Continuing with cross-examination of Detective Kaya Kamanu. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with cross, you may. Yes.
Somebody put in a comment that prosecutor experts are free only if they're like the state police or something like that. They have to pay.
What's being published there, counsel?
Experts when they go outside of that. Like,
yeah, they got to pay these people. If they're hiring like some renowned, medical examiner or someone who doesn't work for the state, they're paying their right. fee, and a lot of them are a lot. And Judy says a lot of experts are paid hacks, and that was always true with insurance because we would call our IME doctors, and it would be like, well, you've done IMEs for this
independent medical examination.
Yeah, independent, but you've only done it for Geico, and it only takes about 5 minutes for you to do a complete examination, and you always say that there's no injuries, but you're independent. Like, so we gotta vet these people out.
It's the same as before. I think it's the officer's report, exhibit number 14. We're just going through the same as we did previously.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 14 is
Your Honor.
Being published to the jurors. That's okay.
Noted that these were relevant. So, officer, again, in your report, you noted that these were relevant to your investigation. They're emails from Tammy's email account from someone named Julie Rowe. Is that right?
Yes.
And it looks like the emails are to Tammy And it says something about support springcreekbooks.com, March 12, 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so if you would be so kind as to just read from Chad down to Julie for me.
Chad, I met with the stake president last night, and he has requested we stop publishing all my books. I told him I do not have the rights to the books and that my publisher has those rights. He asked me to contact you to request that we stop publishing. He has asked me to copy him on this email and send him your reply.
Okay.
He also asked me, he also said he is going to contact your stake president, Julie.
Okay. So do you know what a stake president is?
I believe the stake president is over the stake of a ward, of the wards.
Okay, and is that, and I'm not familiar with this, but does that mean there's a number of wards or groups that are like neighborhoods, and the stake president overlooks a number of these wards? Is that what it is?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay, do you know who the stake president was in this email?
I do not.
But it appears that they're telling Julie Rowe. You know who Julie Rowe is?
Throughout the investigation, her name came up, and also known as a publisher or a book writer.
Right. And she was someone who put on presentations all over the Arizona, Utah, Idaho area about preparedness issues, right?
Yes.
And she published books about that as well, right?
Yes.
And is there anything in the indication of your review of the emails why a stake president would inject himself into the publishing of books?
I'm not sure on that.
And then, and again, told Julie Rowe that her stake president is going to contact Chad's stake president.
How is
Correct.
this relevant? What is the relevance to this?
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. But there's nothing in the other emails that you had to show why a couple of stake presidents would interfere with Chad Daybell publishing his books?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I was wondering why it was relevant as well, but I didn't hear the earlier stuff, so I'm not sure.
Mark again is the next one we're talking about is from Tammy to Mark, and Mark again is Tammy's son, Mark, right?
Yes.
That's the youngest son, if I remember right.
Yes.
And the date of this email is March 31st of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And it's Tammy writing to her son, Mark. And I'll read. I've got Dad and Garth doing a C to 5K, and then in parentheses, couch to 5K. So I would you interpret that to mean that the C would mean couch and the number 2 would mean 2, like TO, to 5K? Is that how you would interpret that?
Yes.
And if I understand that correctly, what that would mean is that you're starting from the very beginning of your training, and you may be a couch potato, right?
You could say that, yes.
Yeah. And you're starting from the very start of something, and you're going to try to do a 5K, right?
Yes.
And it says with me, right?
Yes.
So that would imply on March 31st of 2019, we had 3 couch potatoes at the Daybell house.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation and misstates the email.
I don't know.
How do you interpret that?
He's focusing on this.
That they just want to start working out and getting into shape.
Okay, from couch potato to 5K, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, misstates the evidence. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustained and stricken.
Okay. Then it goes on to say, we've done the first week twice because, quite frankly, I didn't feel ready to move on to the second week. But it should be good for us. Okay, good for me. I have to say, I admire you for running track. Starting from nothing is not easy. Now, when you see the term starting from nothing is not easy, it's not particular.
I get the impression this is part 2 of prior body shaming the dead woman that's Unbelievable.
Particular whether we're talking about Tammy starting from nothing or whether it's Mark starting from nothing, right?
Correct.
It's unclear there, correct?
Correct.
But then you put in there not the full email. Is there further explanation in there that maybe explains who we're talking about, who's starting from nothing on this couch potato issue?
No, there is not.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. And then we'll move on. And it's from Tammy to Mark again on April 14th, 2019. I tripped over the duck gate on Saturday and landed hard on my right hand. And the bucket of eggs I was carrying, it hurt so bad, I just lay in the driveway and cried. Then I got up, cleaned up the egg mess with my left hand and went in the house to find Dad. Luckily, I seemed to have only bruised it. Of course, Dad blessed it, so it may have been worse. Okay? And there's nothing, what's the evidentiary issue of this?
So during the during the investigation, it was said that Tammy had a hurt wrist.
Right.
And that she was taking medication for it. So this goes back to, instead of a possible fainting spell, she had tripped over the duck gate and fell and hurt her wrist. So that was relevant to me putting this in my report.
Okay, thank you. And again, that's not the full email that you provided to us today, right?
It was not.
Okay, and was there any further explanation that as to what caused Tammy to trip?
She tripped over a bucket.
Okay, did she trip because she had a dizzy spell? Did she trip because she had a seizure?
Well, this says I tripped over a duck gate. So she had tripped over a duck gate, causing her to fall.
Okay, so we don't know if it was just she ran into the duck gate or she had some sort of medical condition that caused her to trip over the duck gate, though, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. The email speaks for itself and asked and answered.
Sustained.
You don't know the all of the facts behind what centered around the reason for the trip over the duck gate. Would that be fair?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation. Again, the message speaks for itself.
I'm not asking for him to speculate. I'm just asking whether it was explained, Judge.
Overruled.
Right.
In this email, I would just take it as she tripped over something.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you. And then lastly, from Tammy to Mark on April 28th, Dad is in Houston and won't be back until Monday night.
She tripped over.
So you'll just have to get to talk to me tomorrow. And what's the significance of that?
So on this one, this correlates with some of our other records showing that Chad was in Houston, and that Tammy was home alone.
Okay.
Okay.
Gate.
Next one.
Gate. Gate. A duck. DUCK. Gate.
Like they had it fenced in and they opened for the ducks.
Was something about, oops. And I don't see. Something that identifies the date, but it was something about a zone conference. Do you know what that was about?
I am not sure on that.
Okay. And then does it seem like your tapeworm medicine worked? Who's talking to who there? Do you know?
I would believe Tammy is emailing and talking with Mark on this one.
Okay. So it's Tammy who's suggesting that there was some tapeworm incident. She was having some sort of malady.
Correct. This might be a continuation of the page before.
Okay.
Possibly.
Okay. And the page before would have been this malady with the tapeworm would have been on the 28th of 2019. Would that be fair?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you for clearing that up. Okay. And then she goes on, I guess I should ask you, is that Tammy who said, I haven't slept well since Dad has been gone. I'm hoping to sleep well tonight.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Then we're going to June 30th of 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
And then let me read this, and then I'll talk to you a little bit about that. Another adventure we had this week involves a raccoon. Last year we had skunks. This year a raccoon. We thought stray cats were getting into the cat food, but nope. Garth saw it one night and it was a raccoon. We borrowed a little trap from Matt Price, but when Garth went out to check it that night, the raccoon ran up the tree by the trap. It was huge. No way it was going to fit in the trap. It was larger than Chase and had really long teeth. Garth kept his flashlight on it and called us in the house. Dad got his gun. He shot it out of the tree, then shot it again as it tried to run across the yard. We now have a raccoon buried in the compost heap.
Wow.
Something else got into a cat food a couple of nights ago, so we borrowed a larger trap from Matt. We didn't catch anything last night, so we'll see if we get anything tonight. If we do catch anything, Matt asked us not to shoot it because he has a friend who will use whatever we catch to train dogs. Joel I think that's Nickel, told me they've got a couple of raccoons and skunks they've been trying to trap, and some coyotes have been eating chickens at houses over by Jordan Graham's house. In all, it's been a crazy year with wildlife. Do you see that?
Yes.
And could you identify the date when they're having this crazy year with wildlife?
June 30th, 2019.
Okay, and the allegation with Chad Daybell is that there was an email that the prosecutor has alleged may have a different meaning, but that was September 30th of 2019, correct? September of 2019, I'm sorry.
I guess I'm unaware of what email you're referring to.
Well, would it be fair that the allegations are that they discovered JJ and Tylee's body and that they are presuming as part of your investigation that they were buried in Mr. Daybell's property in September of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And there was some email by Chad Daybell that made mention of a raccoon. You recall that?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence.
Oh, that's
Stand.
not misstating evidence, though. That's true.
So from what I gather, the allegations about the children being buried on Chad Daybell's property was the same year as this email as well, correct?
Yes.
And we're on June 30th of 2019, and the allegations against Mr. Daybell relate to around September, sometime in September of 2019, correct?
Yes.
So 2.5, 3 months later, there's at least two references about raccoons. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a reference that they buried this raccoon in a compost heap. Where's the compost heap on Mr. Daybell's property? Do you know?
I'm not sure about that.
All right. And then we go on to July 7th.
What'd
He
you say?
wasn't worried about the smell of a raccoon. You'll see evidence, if they haven't done already, that he was looking at like which way the wind blows.
Yeah, they talked about that.
Yeah, he wasn't worried about the smell of a raccoon in his pit.
Right.
And
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I know they didn't find any raccoon bones, but it doesn't mean he wasn't really talking about going out and shooting a raccoon, but it's a little coincidental.
All right. And then we go on to July 7th of 2019, right?
Yes.
Here is the second raccoon. The first one was shot. Garth said this one is smaller than the first one. I like how the kittens are looking at him too. Okay, and that's from March 7th. And that's also relating to this raccoon issue. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then we have a picture. Dad has lost a lot of weight. He just doesn't seem to eat much anymore, and he is exercising. You see that, right?
Yes.
But above that is a trap. Can you explain, does that look like a trap?
Yes.
And somewhere in the back top of the picture, it looks like there's some sort of raccoon in it. Is that what you see?
That's what I'm trying to see. I see the kittens there.
I do. Okay.
Well, in theory, you shouldn't have been shooting
the previous
anymore.
motion.
in theory, he wouldn't have been shooting them after June or July, whenever that was, because the neighbor said, don't shoot them, I'll take them.
Made mention of Tammy saying, here's a picture of the second raccoon. It's a smaller one. So
Would you like me to point it out?
you did find it? Go ahead if you.
So it's kind of hard to tell. The raccoon is right there.
Oh, okay. Is that raccoon in the trap?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. Then we go down and we have a picture of Chad and Tammy, right?
Yes.
And again, not the full email, but your perception is that there's nothing there that was relevant to this investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then does that appear to be the side of the house?
Appears to be the back of the house, I believe.
Okay. And from the email, that would be a picture of July 7th of 2019?
I'd have to look at the first page. Yes.
Okay, thank you. August 4th of 2019. Dad is in Arizona. He's speaking to a small group on Sunday night, and at a girls' camp on Monday night. He flies home on Tuesday, right?
Yes.
And that had reference to the August 4th meeting with Melanie Gibb and Lori Vallow and all of the ladies who met Sunday at a girls' meeting at Lori Vallow's house. Is that what that was about?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Okay. But that's not the full email. But again, you determined there wasn't any relevance to anything else. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Then we go on again, and we talk about from Tammy to Mark, again, Tammy Daybell to Mark on September 15th of 2019, right?
Yes.
And this was about a month before Tammy passed away. Would that be fair?
Close to, yes.
Okay. And she says, this was taken on Saturday. Joe planted potatoes in his garden. I had been sick in bed all day with a really bad cold, but I put on a hat and went over to pose for this picture, so it looks like I'm really a real Idahoan. But I went right back to bed after we took it. I'm still sick today, and my nose won't stop running.
Right, but
I will go to work tomorrow, though, because I have
deadly, sickly disease. It's pretty clear that she's got a cold.
Right.
I think the more he focuses on this, it's actually worse for them. The more he brings up her freaking health, it's I think like people are getting annoyed.
Yeah, I think so. This has been a long time too.
helping with testing and getting sub work would be more trouble than it was worth, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's some mention of continue whining. I burned my arm today when taking some rolls out of the oven, right?
She burned her arm.
Yes.
She had a
And the
cold.
relevance of this is that it was just mentioning that 3 weeks before 3 weeks before Tammy passed away, she was sick for one day and basically was sick the entire next day and just got up and made herself put on a good face and made herself and go back to work, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. I don't hear a question there.
Stain.
She wasn't feeling well that day, right?
Correct.
It appears that she was sick the following day, right?
Yes.
She spent a significant amount of time in bed.
Yes.
And she put on the courage to go to work on Monday, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
So
then your mom came to visit us Friday night and Saturday morning. Under orders from Grandma Cooper, I'll let her tell the story. What's the relevance of that?
So the relevance to that is from Ron Douglas to Mark, which Ron Douglas is Mark's grandpa.
Okay.
Through our investigation, Tammy did not drive very far alone. And so it was important enough for Ron, the grandpa, to email Mark and say, hey, your mom came to visit us, which they live in Utah, which is 3.5 hours away, and she drove all by herself.
Okay. And this was October 6th of 2019, right?
Correct.
Do we know why she couldn't drive?
And you were aware that the
Why what?
Why she didn't drive by herself?
I don't know the answers. Anyone in the chat know that? I'm not sure.
So I wonder if they're implying that she was worried about having a seizure or worried about some sort of health issue, so she didn't drive alone, for long periods. I mean, it is possible that she had some sort of seizure issue that, people wouldn't know about, but still, I don't know why he's pointing out that she had a cold and, things of that nature, but
My man is getting into the minutia all the time.
The reason Tammy Daybell didn't drive by herself is because of some medical concerns about her balance. And
Objection, Your Honor.
There you
Counsel's
go.
testifying facts, not in evidence. Move to strike.
Sustained.
are you aware that the reason Tammy Daybell didn't drive is because of some medical concerns she had for herself?
No, I am not.
Okay.
do I do that? Because it doesn't work.
Please.
I went down to Springfield by myself, October 6th. I drove there by myself and then drove home by myself. I'm a big girl now. I can tell you more about this in a bit, right?
Yes.
So by your indications, you're suggesting on October 6th, 13 days before her death, 12 days before her death, that she was able to drive. Is that what this is about?
That's what she's emailing Mark, yes.
And was there any indication that prior to that time she didn't drive or that she was concerned about driving?
Long distances, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, now I have a Garth one. I've heard Garth too many times, so I had to download this.
A sphinx.
Okay. And this again touches on,
Hey, of course, you got to talk and ruin it. That's stupid.
A sphincter says what?
I think we talked about this previously about the Wednesday during the day with Reagan Price. And
Because I was wondering the same thing. There's this question by, I don't know, whatever the first name is, it says Magda, but about, how the objections work. And I was thinking the same thing because I heard on Reed, they're like, no, just say objection. Now, usually a judge is like, no speaking objection, which would be like, sometimes I've heard this woman like add a little bit more over and above. So, objection, hearsay, without explaining why you're saying it's hearsay, or objection, facts not in evidence, without saying no one ever said blah, blah, blah. So I'm assuming that's what she means when she says just objection, because you cannot have that on appeal. It would be waived if you don't give the specific basis of your objection. So I guess we'll have to see, but I honestly, unless I don't know what Judge Bev, if she gave more clarification or if the judge in Reed gave more clarification, but I would assume that's what they mean. Like objection leading, objection relevance, objection hearsay, without any more words over that. But if it was just objection, well, then, yeah, that does not work for appeal. That doesn't reserve shit. If you just say the words objection, you have lost. You might as well have said nothing for the purposes of an appeal.
This jabroni prior half the time doesn't even say objection. He'll say, I'm going to need a little more foundation. He doesn't even say objection half the time. Pisses me off.
The person who took her dog, and that leads into what we originally started with. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then there's one final email that talks about Matt Price sending audiobooks for Tammy to listen to, right?
Yes.
And that was for her trip?
Tammy sent those, I believe, to Matt Price with codes to get into the audio book.
That's right. I'm sorry. You're right. Okay, thank you.
This guy.
And if I could just have a minute, Judge, thank you.
You may.
So he's spending a lot of time asking what was the relevance of you guys putting this in the first place.
Last area.
One last area, finally.
One last area. On the day that you got the call about Tammy's death, you received a call from who again? I'm sorry.
I missed a call from Deputy Greenhalgh.
Okay. But then you said something about you followed up with it later and did have a discussion, or my notes not accurately reflecting?
So I missed that call and called her back about an hour and a half later.
Okay.
And spoke with her on that, yes.
And then she recited the facts about what she observed. Is that right?
She informed me that she was on an unattended death. I went through and asked her if there's anything out of the ordinary, anything suspicious, and she told me there was not.
Okay. So according to Officer Greenell, there was nothing suspicious. Is that right?
That's what she told me, yes.
Okay. And then according to, did you have a chance to look at Brenda Dye's report as a result of this investigation?
Not the AG's report, no.
I'm not talking the AG's report. I'm talking about Brenda Dye's diagram and report about this unattended death.
I did not.
Okay. So from your perspective, when Officer Greenell contacted you and advised that there was nothing suspicious about the death, at that point, it did not require you to take any further action. Would that be fair?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
You have any idea who the next witness is? Oh, he's going to do recross. I mean, come on, there were no
you're right.
points made. What's the point of
Oh my goodness.
redirecting him? Sorry, redirect.
Okay. Thank you. And be able to make it without you.
Is he done? Oh,
Start with that last exhibit. You were shown some emails that you reviewed in the last exhibit by defense counsel.
Wait, is
And
this
there was some
prosecutor?
indication in there.
what's that?
So this is a new prosecutor?
Yeah, yeah.
I've never seen them. Is she the one that did his direct?
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
Oh, okay. I thought they switched on you. All right.
No.
About people being light and dark. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Through your investigation, did you learn who it was that would label people as light or dark?
Chad Daybell.
You were also shown an email about Chad needing to do some work on Mark's camera. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the indication was Chad was the one that had to do that work, correct?
Yes.
And I think specifically it referenced the camera was cursed.
Yes.
Mark wasn't at the Daybell residence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mark was on his mission?
Yes.
Well,
It was
cameras
brought
get
up
cursed.
that Chad had
What's up?
Sometimes cameras get cursed and people go dark.
It happens to the best of us.
labeled some 12-year-olds as dark. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You were asked if those kids are still alive to the best of your knowledge. Are they?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. I
So
hope
pause
so.
it a sec.
Were those Lori's minor?
I'm actually surprised about that because I've always found it, to me, one of the compelling things is that he was saying these kids were dark because I didn't believe, like, first of all, if you're trying to get families to like want to use you to label their, tell them what's what with their family member, you're not going to say that their freaking kids are dark, and I just didn't believe that he ever really believed that kids, that God or whoever gives him these messages are telling him that kids are dark. So I actually do find it a little bit interesting and helpful to the defense that there are other kids he actually labeled dark.
And he said it to Tammy too. Like it was something they talked about. Apparently, came out
Children?
today.
No,
Were they obstacles to Chad and Lori being together?
no.
No, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it that he labeled her kids dark so that they could kill them. Why in the hell is he labeling other kids dark? Like with people, it's kind of like I think differently because, like I said, I just don't think your natural, like if you're bullshitting people and you don't think that you can do this dark and light thing, you would never tell someone their kids were dark because they tell everyone and their mother never to bring you in to label that, to say what their family members are again. So as much as the state's going to push that, well, like, yeah, they're alive because they weren't an obstacle to them. Part of what my understanding is they're arguing how you can know that he's in a conspiracy is because he set the wheels in motion by labeling people dark. And then that was all done for the sole purpose of giving them justification to then turn around and kill them. So, yeah.
There was also an email on March 31st of 2019 where Tammy was talking about getting ready for a 5K. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did that indicate to you that Tammy was active?
Objection calls for speculation.
It's hard to say active.
She gets him every time.
Working out, you do different things, right? And trying to stay in shape, you do different things. Some people may run to stay in shape. Some people may go lift weights to stay in shape. So that may just have been something different she wanted to try.
Did it indicate to you that Tammy had a desire to at least do something to be active?
Yes.
Then you were shown an email that Tammy sent to Mark on April 28th of 2019 about Chad being in Houston.
Yes.
And can you remind us what the significance of that was?
The significance with that was we have information that Chad had gone there with Lori, and her emailing Mark saying that Chad's in Houston just kind of confirmed that.
And later on in that same email, we see Tammy say, I haven't slept well since Dad has been gone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So Tammy indicated she wasn't sleeping well and Chad was in Houston with Lori.
Yes.
Horrible. I mean, we know he was a horrible husband, so that, like, come on.
Then the next one, there's a couple texts about a raccoon. Do you recall, or not texts, excuse me, a couple emails about a raccoon?
Yes.
And the first one is on June 30th of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And in that one, there's mention of having a flashlight.
Yes.
Did it appear that the raccoon was shot at night?
Yes.
Then we see another email on July 7th of 2019 with an image of a raccoon in a trap, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall ever seeing an email from Tammy to Mark about a raccoon in September of 2019?
I did not.
Objection relevance.
So Tammy emailed Mark twice about seeing a raccoon, but no messages in September of 2019 to Mark that you recall.
Not on this email, no.
I guess it's relevant. Sort of.
Then you were asked about the message from Tammy to Mark on August 4th of 2019 about Chad being in Arizona. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in the message, Tammy indicates that Chad is at a girls' camp.
Yes.
Was he at a girls' camp?
No.
He was at a conference, I believe, at Melanie's or correction, Lori's house.
Surely not a girl.
So again, he was with Lori on August 4th of 2019.
Yes.
Do you recall when Charles Vallow was killed?
July 11th, 2019.
There was an email also shown that was from Tammy to Mark on September 15th of 2019, where Tammy references having a cold. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Tammy indicated she was in bed for a few days.
Yes.
And that was in September.
Yes.
Any similar email message to Mark in October about Tammy being sick?
No.
Then you're asked about some messages on October 6th, one from Ron Douglas to Mark and one from Tammy to Mark about Tammy visiting Springville, Utah. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Through your investigation, did you learn anything about Tammy having a medical concern that kept her from driving?
No.
Through your investigation, did you learn who encouraged her to go to Springville that weekend?
Yes.
And who was that?
Chad Daybell.
So that shows he thought she was healthy enough to drive a long distance. If that was a long distance, that, you know, that goes to whether or not he thought she could actually do it if he was suggesting that she do it. Come on, be done.
Yes, no further questions. Come on.
And circling back.
Damn it.
Ugh. There's no way the jury's still listening. I have to tell you.
Detective, do you recall the email, you've been shown it by both myself and defense counsel, that was from Tammy to Mark about the attempted shooting?
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about Regan Price and Tammy mentioning some things Regan had shared with her about a lady trying to steal Regan's dog. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Regan described a lady trying to steal her dog, correct?
Yes.
Did Regan ever mention the lady having a firearm?
No.
The dog
Did Regan
never
ever
didn't have a
mention
gun?
the lady being dressed all in black?
No.
You were asked quite a bit about the Daybell's driveway. How many driveways are at the Daybell residence?
Two.
And you were asked about a longer driveway. Would you consider that the front or back driveway or side driveway?
The back driveway is a very longer driveway compared to the front driveway.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to be handed State's Exhibit 291.
True.
He's like, my driveway's not that much longer in the back than it's the side.
Ridiculous. Objection. No, this is Idaho speed, guys. It's not sped up for the afternoon.
In that second, and we've looked at this exhibit a couple times, but in that second paragraph, can you see which driveway Tammy came into that day?
She backed into the front driveway.
Is the front driveway that long?
It's, like I discussed earlier, about 2 car lengths.
And then is there a driveway that's even longer than that?
Yes.
Really?
And how long is the other driveway car lengths, if you could estimate?
Probably about 4 or 5.
So quite a bit longer.
Yes.
And again, were you part of the initial investigation on October 9th of 2019?
I was not.
No further questions.
And again, in that message, put it back up.
No, she'll ask. Just a moment.
In that second paragraph, do you see an indication of what time of day this occurred?
9:15.
And that would be referring to PM.
Yes, that's when the call came in around that time.
And again, you're from the Fremont County area, correct?
Yes.
And October's in Fremont County about 9 p.m. Is it still light out generally?
It's usually getting about dusk.
Your Honor, can I have a minute? Talk to my counsel over here.
Do you recall reviewing? Let me back up.
See, this is why I couldn't
Would
do
it
this all day.
surprise you to learn that there was no
What?
This is why I couldn't do this all day like you guys. I'd be like, oh my God, stop, move on.
Don't worry, we do that too.
report by Deputy Cannon where he referenced having searched for paintball guns with Tammy Daybell?
Would it surprise me that there was no search with that?
That there was no Google search done for paintball guns?
Overruled.
No.
If Deputy Cannon had indicated that he never searched for paintball guns with Tammy Daybell, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Did someone say she did?
I think we talked about this a little bit earlier, but do you know how familiar Tammy Daybell was with firearms?
I do not know how familiar she was with them.
And counsel talked about some searches that were done by an email associated with Tammy Daybell regarding a paintball gun and an airsoft gun. Do you recall those?
Yes.
From your review of the October 9th investigation, did Tammy Daybell ever produce any photo saying this is the firearm?
No, she did not.
And yet she didn't do any search for a rifle, did she, that you're aware of?
No.
Lord.
Are there various types of paintball guns in your experience?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to have the witness shown State's Exhibit 282.
Oh my God.
And Judge, I believe this is the image that we stipulated to counsel. Is that correct?
It is, Your Honor, and I do have a courtesy copy for defense counsel that's now been marked. A courtity copy for Your Honor and a copy for the court.
Google search
thank
for a
you,
rifle,
counsel.
she would have found it. But since she only wasn't looking for a rifle, she didn't find it. I mean, I don't know.
Boring.
Detective, have you seen this image before?
Yes.
And that top image there, is that the Grendel 6.5 that we've earlier referenced?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 282.
Again, Judge, that was by stipulation of the parties, so
All
I
right.
am not having an objection to it.
Very well. Without objection, Exhibit 282 is admitted.
And Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish.
You may.
Bueller.
And Detective Counsel
Bueller.
showed you an image of one type of paintball gun. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that is just one type?
Yes.
And you'd indicated that they make paintball guns that look similar to an assault rifle?
Yes.
And again, that top image is the firearm that was seized from an apartment associated with Alex Cox. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the bottom one, it's marked example. To be clear, this firearm was never located. Is that correct?
That is correct. This was not located.
Can you
But it's-
tell us what we're seeing in that bottom photo?
So this bottom photo right here is a Tipman paintball gun with the Tipman. Yeah. On the top is a hopper. On the back has a collapsible stock. And then your barrel.
Wow. Jesus. I think they're crying in their minds, the jurors. Like, we're going to be here.
And Your Honor, the state would ask to publish State's Exhibit 281C that's already been admitted.
It's so,
If I could be handed that.
I was going to say, it's so weird they're admitting evidence on redirect, but it was already admitted, I guess. So
We get it. We're being a dead horse here. Come on.
And of the front part of that Grendel 6.5, is that correct?
Yes.
And if the firearm was pointing at someone, this may be a vantage point that of what they see.
Objection calls for speculation. Come on, you're done. You're so done.
And detective, again, Alex was in the area of the Daybell residence earlier in the day on October 9th. Is that correct?
Well, she think the jury
Yes.
gets this.
And then he was also in the area about 2.6 miles away the night before Tammy was pronounced dead. Is that correct?
Yes.
And counsel talked to you about whooshing and popping sounds from paintball guns. If a gun misfires, will it make a sound?
It depends what kind of misfire or
what kind of gun
jam it may have.
Things.
Are there various sounds that could, would the sound of a AR be muffled or different if it had a silencer on it?
Yes.
That one wasn't bad.
And counsel talked to you about Tammy being pretty close to the gun. She describes the gun as right behind her and she turns around and he's there, correct?
Correct.
And we talked earlier about some searches done on the Homer J. Maximus account about a drop.
Yes.
If you're sighting your gun, and correct me if I'm using the wrong language here, if you're sighting a gun or trying to adjust it to fire a certain distance, is that different if it's a short distance versus a long distance?
Yes.
So if you'd been further away and moved closer, would it be sighted indifferent?
Yes, could be.
You know, this whole thing begs the question.
And counsel talked to you.
God.
How the hell were they? What was their big plan? That this killer would literally kill Tammy for no reason with her husband. Was he out there with her when this allegedly happened with the paint gun?
Who, Chad?
Yeah.
He was in the house, I believe.
He was in the house. Okay, well then how was he? I remembered them saying like on the 911 call, he was the one suggesting to Tammy it may have been because he chased the guy.
Yeah, he came out, I think. I
Yeah,
believe.
yeah. All right, take it back. Never mind.
About a bipolar teenager mentioned in the email from Tammy to Mark, correct?
Yes.
Again, from your review of October 9th, were there any reports of a bipolar teenager pointing a paintball gun at anyone?
Oh, Jesus.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Any reports of someone other than Tammy Daybell? Any reports of anyone else coming face to face with a masked gunman?
No, not that I'm aware of.
She's done. She's got me. She's moving papers. Just thinking.
And do you, trying to make sure I'm referencing the correct exhibit.
I'm going to talk about a pink. Anything but the pink gun.
And Your Honor, may I have State's Exhibit 291 again, please?
Yes.
And may I also have Defense Exhibit 16?
I have audio of the horse that is dead now from being beaten so much. Come on.
And Defense Exhibit 16?
Do not.
And I guess while I'm at it, I forget the exhibit number, but the second call into dispatch by Tammy Daybell.
Oh, so this might be where he's proposing it's pink ball gun.
232B.
Did they play that?
232B, Your Honor.
Which one?
Her 911 call after this incident.
Oh, they've played it like 10 times already. I mean,
So she's going to play the same freaking call again?
oh man, if she's going to.
If she plays that, that's it.
Meanwhile, we got the ISR on the screen here. For those Lord of the Rings nerds like me.
Teen.
Oh, sorry, it popped up. Judge, if the court would prefer to take a short break now and we could do the early afternoon break.
Well, I think we'll get this sorted out pretty quickly here.
The court would prefer to drive into the ocean.
Right.
Come on. Oh, this is the
Have you look at that first sentence there. And can you read it into the record?
Something really weird just happened, and I want you to know so you can watch out.
We've heard this, lady.
Tammy's sending this message out, telling people she wants them to watch out, correct?
Yes.
Watch out for the paintball gun guy.
Watch out for the bipolar teenager dog thief with the
Or
gun.
that guy, right?
And Judge, I would now ask to be able to
No.
display State's
Say no,
Exhibit
Judge. Say you
291.
can't. It's over.
You may.
There's Sauron.
That first big paragraph, do you see where Tammy indicates the scared part came after when my brain thought of other things that could have happened?
Yes.
I feel like the judge and Karen Reed.
And on this one, do you see at the end of that full paragraph where she says, I didn't go to Zumba because I quite understandably did not want to be out after dark alone.
Yes.
So she really didn't think it was just a paintball gun. We get
Do
it.
those statements indicate someone that was scared by what just happened?
I
Yes.
agree with Bernie over here. I don't. I was sitting thinking the same thing. Why isn't he object to cumulative? It's like they did this in the Vallow trial too. The same shit over and over and over. There, I hope that your wife comments on nail color too, because that's an odd choice for trial.
And in this one, do you see in that first paragraph where it says the guy started pulling the trigger and I could just hear the clicking and whooshing sound of an empty paintball gun?
Yes.
Had to be the paintball
He
gun.
was standing by the back of the car, just pulling the trigger while pointing the gun at me. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does this indicate more than someone just pointing a gun at someone?
Yes, it does.
I mean, she could do this in her closing. It's when you like connect the dots from different pieces of evidence. Like they're going to try
And
to.
do you recall in the dispatch call with Tammy
Oh, they're gonna
where
play
she
this all
talks
again.
about
Petty.
the man pointing the gun at her and just shooting? And we can listen to it again. Would that be helpful?
No.
Yeah, I don't recall that.
No. Are you kidding me? This is brutal. How can the jury, I mean,
232B.
after lunch,
They're definitely zombies themselves right now.
20 seconds.
Yes, pretty much. Office.
Hi, I need to report something.
Okay, go ahead. What's the address?
Okay, at 202 North, 1900 East, the corner with the blinking yellow light on Salem Highway.
Is it a suspicious person?
Yes.
Okay, what was he wearing?
All black.
He was all dressed in black and he had a ski mask on.
And he said the blinking light now is where you saw him?
No, he's gone now because I pulled up into our driveway and I was getting stuff out of the back seat of my car and suddenly he was there and he had a paintball gun and he was and he was going to shoot at me. And I kept asking him what he was doing because I could tell it was a paintball thing. And then he just kept doing it. So I yelled for my husband and then he took off running around the back of my house.
Okay, give you just 1 minute. Stay on the
It's
line
me,
with
like,
me.
she determined it was a paintball gun. Nobody put it in her mind.
October 9, 2019. 21 hours, 50 minutes, 28 seconds.
And that was North 1900 East?
Yes.
Okay.
October 9, 2019. 21 hours, 50 minutes, 43 seconds.
You can let direction he was going.
Her question was.
He went behind my house and it's so dark out there and I was in the house and got my husband and son and then they went out and looked and he was long gone by then. So he was on the north side of my house, is where he went to get away.
Okay.
He didn't say anything, or he just kept like he was holding the gun like he was, had a rifle and just shooting at me. So, but nothing came out of the gun either, so I don't think it was loaded.
Okay, what is your name?
Prove a point.
My name is Tammy.
He doesn't know whether it was not loaded or whether it just was, misfiring, blah, blah, blah.
And I'm going to stop it right there.
Oh,
Did you hear on there where she says, holding the gun like he had a rifle and shooting at me, but nothing came out?
We all heard
Yes,
it.
I did.
Thanks.
10 times.
Does that indicate more than someone just pointing a gun?
Yes, it does.
Yes, objection, cumulative.
I can confidently say all of us right now after this testimony are 8.9675s on the dark scale.
Yeah. And they're going to take a break and we're not behind enough time, right?
No, we're like a second behind.
And counsel talked to you a little bit about some of those searches associated with Homer J. Maximus. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he talked to you about October being hunting season.
Yes.
Would shooting through a windshield or shooting through a Dodge Dakota generally have anything to do with hunting?
It has to do with hunting.
No.
Every day. I mean, the jury needed her to tell them that?
Through the investigation, did you become aware that Chad had deemed Alex to be Lori's protector?
Yes, I did.
After Alex shot Charles on July 11th of 2019, did Chad and Lori maintain a relationship to the best of your knowledge?
Oh my God,
Yes,
did
I
we
did.
then bless him?
In fact, we saw in an email, and I think you referenced it, Chad was down there on August 4th, 2019, just maybe about 3 weeks after Charles was shot and killed by Alex Cox.
We all
Yes, it
know that
was.
they maintained a relationship.
Would that lead you to believe that
They
Chad was
were
scared of
well.
Alex Cox?
No.
Lead you to believe Chad was scared of Lori Vallow?
No.
Objection? Relevance? Calls for speculation? How in the hell?
Are you aware of any report taken by Fremont County where Chad Daybell reported that he was scared of anyone?
No, I am not aware.
Are you aware of Chad ever reporting anyone tried to shoot at him?
No.
Lord. Come on, lady. Why would someone be shooting at him? He was light. He was the lightest of light.
He was
The deemer of light.
Maroney's son, Jabroni, or what? Come on.
Yeah, and Jeffrey Andrews' point, how in the hell would he know if someone was
And
scared
again,
of him?
through the investigation, what was the connection between Alex Cox and Tammy Daybell?
Because the jury has no fucking clue.
Chad Daybell.
I have no further questions.
Oh, hooray!
Thank you, Ms. Blake.
If he recrosses, I'll scream. Bob's like, he's dead.
Judge, I would like an opportunity to clarify the driveway. And
Why?
then counsel went on about
Someone tell me what's so damn important about this driveway.
the relationship between Alex and Chad Daybell, and I'd like an opportunity to at least touch on that.
I'll allow some limited recross on those two issues,
Judge.
Mr. Pryor.
I didn't think so.
Fool this man!
Oh, here we go.
Officer Counsel put up the Facebook posting by Tammy Daybell, and it describes the front driveway. Do you recall that?
Tammy wasn't capable of driving down that driveway,
The
right?
Facebook, I don't recall if that said the front driveway.
Judge, could
No, in the email, sorry.
That's okay. I'm going to have permission to go get my computer, Judge, and bring up that. May I have permission to go back and get my computer?
No.
Yes.
Nope.
God, no.
Don't let him judge.
My Lord.
Judge.
Jay's like, can I make it fast forward?
This is we're live now, folks. If you're on the jury, you're probably like, how many fucking more weeks of this do we have? Holy shit.
By the way, do you remember can you remind us all, please? What is Alex's relationship to Lori?
Please remind us. And what did she say in the call? Can we play the call again about the gun and the rifle? Can we play that again?
And Tammy, Lori and Chad, they remain friendly.
I think I'm ready now, Judge.
All right. You can publish that.
Let's see the driveway. This is very important. Let's see the driveway.
She was way too sick to drive up that driveway.
No, it's the fucking text.
Okay, and I apologize. I can't get this to widen on me, Judge. But officer, can you read that if you look at your monitor?
Yes, I can, and it does say the front driveway.
Okay. And I'm sorry we had to go through that with all that time, but
no, you're not.
I wanted to make sure. And Judge, that's all I have for this.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my God.
So there is no dispute that this was the front driveway, correct?
Oh,
correct.
And again, the front driveway is a very short driveway compared to the one in the back, correct?
Yes.
I remember that.
Okay, and further, the distance between the front of the house and where the car was backed up, that even shortens the distance even more, correct?
Yes.
And it would be unusual to use a rifle at such close range, correct?
That is probably true.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not a weapon that you use at close range, correct?
Unless you're a moron like Alex.
In fact, a rifle is typically used when we're talking about hunting. That's long range, which is consistent with Mr. Cox talking about 100 and 300-yard shots, right?
Sometimes.
And in your experience, if you're really trying to hurt somebody at close range,
You just hit him.
you would probably use a handgun or a shotgun,
Beat
right?
him to death with it.
Well, I guess I misstated right there.
Okay.
Ooh, uh-oh.
Rifles can be used at close range, close quarter combats,
Okay.
SWAT stuff. So,
Okay.
yes, they can be used.
Okay. Now, the information you got about the Dodge Dakota, you recall that, right?
Yes.
And you talked about the fact that someone was talking about putting a bullet through the window of a Dodge Dakota?
Yes.
Someone trying to figure out what type of bullet it would take to pierce the side of a Dodge Dakota?
Yes.
Someone who would take what kind of a bullet would pierce the metal or the thickness of the metal on a Dodge Dakota?
Yes.
So it would seem with Mr. Daybell owning a Dodge Dakota that it seems that at least the target was someone in the Daybell family. Would that be fair?
That'd be fair to say, yes.
Okay. And with the Homer J. Maximus account, is there any indication that Chad was shared all of the information on Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus account?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
No.
Do you have any information to suggest that Mr. Daybell had access to the Homer J. Maximus account?
No, I do not.
Okay.
So he's just like twisted
So
the
if
way and it's fine.
Mr. Daybell didn't have access to the information in that account, do you have any other information that Mr. Daybell had knowledge that Alex Cox was looking for a way to shoot a Dodge Dakota that Mr. Daybell owned?
Well, yeah, because he called her black, dark.
No.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Oh, it's a Festivus miracle.
All right, that will conclude then the testimony of Detective Kayakamanu. And he's testified twice now. Is he still, well, he's the case agent, so I don't know if he'll be recalled or not, but Detective, you can go ahead and step down from the witness stand. We'll make sure to retrieve exhibits. I'll have a brief sidebar with counsel to discuss scheduling for today, and we'll take our afternoon recess at this time.
Make the scheduling that the day is over. I mean, what? I guess we'll see if they have another.
All right,
meeting.
please.
Bob and I are tapping out.
All right, folks. Well, thanks so much for being here. This is about a half-hour break, I assume, but that's like until 5 o'clock, and they usually end at
Are we
there he
behind?
is.
Hi. Are we behind still? Or
No, we are live.
they're talking about taking a half-hour break?
Well, no, to be fair, I said they usually take one, but he didn't say how long. And
I mean, it's 2:20 there. They stop at 3:30.
yeah, exactly.
I mean,
what the hell's going on? Trying to set up a Steve is here. Steve, you got a show scheduled for tonight? I'm trying to. I don't see it. Weird. Did you catch any of that, Bob? You were there, right, next to Allie?
yeah, I was sitting next to Allie.
I mean, they really beat that thing to death, huh?
Painful. It was painful. It was very, very painful. Lazy Susan, I heard it all. Allie got up after streaming for like 45 minutes. She's like, "Oh my god, oh my god!" I was like, wow. It's like Jay and I, we're doing like 6-8 hour shifts here. Oh yeah. I'm curious as to who's going to be next.
Yeah, someone's suggesting Zulema. I mean, it could be.
I think if I'm the state, I'm not putting Zulema on right before the day's ending. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, she's like I'm starting the day with Zulema. She's gonna be probably 3, 4, 5 hour witness. She's depending on what they're gonna put on with her. I mean, she was a very lengthy witness in Lori's case, so.
Susan says, Bob, you and Jay better be super sweet to Allie and Shannon. They have to continue with this shit show. We are always super sweet to them because they, without them, we would be lost. So,
yeah, I mean, dude, no question. That is truth. That is truth. I saw, I forgot who posted it. I think it was, it was early. Well, much earlier in the chat. And it was when Allie had popped in for a second and made some kind of comment, like off screen. And somebody was like talking about how lucky I am. And I was like, big time. You don't even know. Luckiest guy in the world. Luckiest dude in the world, man.
The whooshing expert is next. The whooshing sound expert.
Maybe we'll get the storm expert. And the storm. And what about my loins of fire? I'm Lori. I'm the storm. Hello. The storm is coming. But the storm.
I'm curious what they're doing because they know. I guess we'll see.
Did they sidebar it?
He was going to meet with counsel, but then let's see what he says exactly.
So yeah, Sarah was asking. Scouts Play actually runs. There's 3 performances, so it's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So there's. Yeah, this is like some real McCoy, like a play. It's not like your typical one performance at the middle school. Like they've been rehearsing and like they have a real high production value plays at the middle school that she attends. So it's gonna be cool, man.
That's awesome.
He was in local theater for a few years. Scout was, and then when she started middle school, she wanted to obviously try out. She did. It's good. She's a good little actress, that one.
And step down from the witness stand while scheduling for today, and we'll take it. I'll have a brief sidebar with counsel to discuss scheduling for today, and we'll take our afternoon recess at this time.
See, this is what bothers me. He never says how long it is, but I mean, if it's a half hour and that was like it's gonna go to like 5 o'clock their time. I mean, my time.
Yeah, Shannon, I just looked at your. I was just looking at your super from earlier, and I knew I owed you at least a storm. So that was the impetus of that, because Shannon had given a $10 super like a couple hours ago, and was asking for the storm, so I had to give it to her. She earned it, definitely. Yeah, Ashlyn, poor Ashlyn. I'm definitely a wife guy. Big fan of my wife. Lucky dude, man. What a life partner. What a life partner. So lucky. It's like,
Have you? Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just waxing poetic about how awesome my wife is.
I get it.
I do it all the time.
Have you seen? I've seen people commenting on the chat and this, and I've seen the news. Have you seen this Harvey Weinstein conviction overturned by a New York appeals court?
Saw it.
Wow.
I have to say, I'm not shocked. Like when that thing was going down, I actually, oddly enough, had a friend of mine, a kid I went to law school with, a Chicago guy, does a ton of federal work, was brought in on the Weinstein defense case.
Wow.
In that case. So I kept an eye on it a little more than I typically would have. And it's all relating to that 404B stuff we're always talking about, because you can't use it to show propensity. And when they had put on many, many witnesses that had all testified that, Weinstein had done the same thing to her, I knew that it could be potentially really problematic. It's a shame because he's such a piece of shit, but I know he's got, I believe that he's got a 16-year sentence that's going in California. What's up, duty? How was schoolie?
And for folks who don't know, let me show you this.
Hey!
Hey, what's up, Scout? You ready for tonight?
We have matching colors.
We're matching.
How sweet.
Matchy.
Oh, you're wearing black.
Yeah.
So, Bob, did you know this?
So, tiny hand.
Let me just show folks for a second here. I want this for folks who don't know. Harvey went to the same high school.
Publicly buzzed.
As someone else we know, folks. Oh, share this.
Steve. I spit all over.
Donna Adelson and Harvey Weinstein, both graduates of
baby.
Bowen High School. I think it's Bowen. I spelled it wrong. In Flushing,
Must be
Queens.
something in the water at the old high school, all like chlorine and horrible person juice, like in the water in the,
this is
the
my
old high school.
This
there.
is my dad's backstage microphone. Can you?
Oh yeah.
Jay, can you hear this?
No, I can't hear that.
Wow.
Why can you hear? Can you hear this?
You don't talk right into that mic. It picks up all kinds of stuff.
But it doesn't pick up this.
Well, that's because it's it's a smart mic. I realize it only picks up speaking.
I have these, Scout. Check this out.
Tiny feet?
I have tiny feet.
Tiny feet.
You just need tiny hands and a tiny body and a tiny head.
I use this now to if I want Jay to pause the trial, I raise my tiny hand. Well, Jay doesn't see it sometimes though.
Sometimes I miss it.
I'm sitting there waving it, moving it real close to the screen. Hello, tiny hand.
Guys, I actually gave this to my dad. He didn't know.
Yeah, Ned. Donna was most likely to be in prison. They do that in the yearbooks.
I need to look at the comments.
Most likely to go to prison.
Scott, what time's the premiere?
I don't know.
Oh wow.
Maybe you don't know.
That's how I felt about the whole shoe situation. How long have you needed these shoes? A week. Oh wow. Thanks for telling me. Do you have final rehearsal tonight? Yep. What?
Wait, rehearsal? I thought the show was tonight.
No, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Friday,
Okay. I thought and I have to be honest.
I'm actually
I was dreading the fact when I thought it was tonight because the NFL draft is tonight and my beloved Bears have the first overall pick. So it's like the play. I'm like, oh my God, the play is going to be going and I'm going to have to be looking at my phone instead of my wonderful daughter and just ignore.
Well, you don't have to.
Yeah.
Well, you would really only
I've got to. I've been waiting for this draft for a long time.
You would really only have to just watch the first part of the play because that's the only part I'm really in.
Oh, how long does this play go?
Probably the runtime's probably like an hour 15, not even.
It's not bad.
Well, I mean, who they're picking, right? I mean, there's no surprise here, is there?
Yeah, but they have the one in the 9.
Oh, I didn't know that they have the 9. Okay.
Yeah,
Does this look like, guys? Guess which one's my finger? Okay, close your eyes,
right,
everybody.
no one wants
close
to play
your
that
eyes.
game. No one wants to play
Close
that
your
game.
eyes. Okay.
No one wants to play that
Don't
game.
open, Jay. Don't open. Don't open.
Yeah, see, yours
Whose
is
finger do you
effective
think
with
this is?
the camera.
Whose finger do you think this
So
is?
you're putting it into the
Oh, you
ring,
can open. You can open.
the ring finger.
Whose finger do you think it is, though?
What do you mean? Like,
It's tiny hand or your hand?
Yeah.
It's the worst game ever.
Hey!
Rejected that game. Game rejected.
Nobody knew if they were really closing their eyes.
The last thing that, let's see how many people, we got 204 people watching.
To watch
they don't want
me.
you blocking
To
me.
watch me.
Maybe.
Oh, they don't want to. They don't want to watch me block you
No,
because you're
block
just
the
so
camera.
precious.
Block the camera.
Can't go down south.
Wow.
Give me my tiny hand.
Right.
no, Josh, I don't think Karen Reed's case is a death penalty case unless someone tells me. I don't even know if I don't believe it is. I don't think so. Kim asks, "How old is Scout? Are you muted?
Yeah,
Yes.
I muted her because she was screaming.
No, I wasn't.
How old is Scout? She's very articulate." Kim wants to know.
Yeah, I can read.
I mean, she's 4, which is what's so amazing.
I'm not 4. I'm this many.
The big 4 years.
I'm this many.
Samantha Lee.
Where's Samantha
She said,
Lee?
"Go Packers, go." Ugh.
Samantha Lee.
It could be Lay though. Leigh. Could be Lee or Lay.
Of course, it's Lee or Lay.
Oh man,
Lee or
the
Flay.
Packer thing.
G or J.
It's not good.
Scout, here's a question: how is your dad when he watches the football games on Sundays?
Oh, horrible.
Does he get like crazy into it?
You don't want to mess with him.
You don't want to mess with him?
It's been like 7 years of hate watching.
Only a couple people know when he screams it's if a good or bad scream.
Oh, Disney nerd. She's a Pack fan.
That's why she's a Disney nerd.
Oh, Joni. Heck yes, go Pat. He started a whole thing here. That Bears. Thank you, Missy. I agree. Go Pat. Oh my
We have
bitch
mommy.
pickle
We have mommy
huntress.
making a secret entrance. Oh.
Oh my lord. So many. Oh, Pamela.
A lot of Packer fans.
It's a flood of cheese. Cheese flood.
Who do you want them to take with the 9, Bob? Do you have a person that
I'd like to see
There's
him.
no phone over here, Mom.
I'd like to see him pick. I'd like to see him get. I think it's Rome Odzudny from or Odzun. He's a receiver from Washington. If he slips that far, I'd love to see him because they would then have what I consider to be the best receiving core in the league with DJ Moore, Rome, and then Keenan Allen, who they just picked up from the Chargers in the offseason. That's pretty stout bunch there. Because I was in the Don't Trade Fields camp.
Don't trade field camp.
I was, but I'm firmly on board with Caleb coming in. I've obviously watched a lot more of him play, and I've watched the tape. I've gone to the tape, Jay.
You're studying the tape?
Yeah, got to study the tape.
Ouch.
I like what he does on. I like his personality too.
Dad, you just shook the whole table.
Oh, Ned, I like where your head's at. I like where Ned's at.
They're called
Here
the
they call them the Green Bay
Bay.
Packers. Packers.
Jay, are you a Green Bay Packers fan or a
No, unfortunately, I'm a Giants fan.
Gigantes. Who is your starting quarterback? Is it still?
It's Daniel Jones until they maybe pick someone in this draft. I mean, I don't know. Did you see he had a press conference recently and he kind of was answering questions weird and it was like a viral thing because it was a little weird, but
yeah. Well, I mean, that's how Fields was feeling. You know what I mean? It's and you can imagine having the number 1 overall.
he was just getting good.
Imagine being.
He was just getting good.
Or he was what he's going to be.
He was just
4 years in.
The thing about it's just so interesting to me. The thing about quarterbacks where we've seen some picks that people thought were they miss picks and then they're nothing. And then Mr. Irrelevant's taking the 49ers to the Super Bowl. It's just so interesting,
Yeah. Mr. Irrelevant. Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick in the draft.
Oh, good Conway. When I was little, I would always sit on my dad's leg, and he would always, because he has a crazy leg, whenever he's sitting, he always shakes his leg like this.
Leg shaker. I have rest.
You got the Jimmy legs.
The Jimmy legs.
Then I would always just go.
I just discovered that I got that from my mother when I was at my my uncle's celebration of life. I noticed she was a leg shaker too. I'm like, that's who I got it from. Super annoying.
You see this air tag right here?
Yes.
We had to put that on my dog because his collar reader thingy broke. So, and whenever he escapes, we don't know where he is. So,
Yeah, I air tagged him.
I tried that. It didn't work for me. I guess I don't have good service because like if my like it wouldn't work. I could never find.
The other day because I have a
Dad, I found out that it doesn't work.
I had an air tag on my keys, and they were just in my backpack, and which was 10 feet away from me. And I went to find my iPhone, which is where they put the air tags in there. Nothing. I'm like, this thing is useless.
Yeah, I found that to be true.
There's no way it's going to find him running around the neighborhood. I have very little faith in it.
Yeah, because not only I got those things, and then I got like the special thing you have to get to like put it in so it goes on your dog's collar. I got that thing, and then I'm like, this doesn't work. I have no idea where they are, even though they were just in my backyard half the time.
Right, exactly. Now, what were you going to say? Now that you've patiently waited your turn to speak.
Now I've patiently forgotten.
Love that.
That's why I always interrupt.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember.
Okay, what is it?
I figured out that it doesn't work in the dark.
What doesn't work in the dark? Wait, I don't think that has any effect.
It is. I was in a dark room because I was trying to get away from the nook, and then it said, "Too dark, cannot detect.
Well,
Please go into a different area."
Oh, yeah, I do remember that. But there's two different things it does. Like one, it's like locate where it'll like sense where it is and try to bring you directly to it. But then there's also supposed to be the general thing.
Where's
like
the nook?
I thought I've seen like where
Let's find
like
where
crazy
the nook is.
spouses are putting.
Don't dox your family, Scott.
Wait, I'm gonna see if I can hear it.
Don't show everyone where you live.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Don't
Thanks,
play
Scout.
this back.
No, thanks, Scout.
I
Don't worry, we couldn't tell. It's okay.
It doesn't say anything anyway. It's just like a random.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
Plus the Nook picture I put on there is
Where's
blocking
the
all
Nook?
street names.
Searching for signal.
Trying to move to a different location. Where is he? I think he's downstairs. He's pouting because I didn't take him for his afternoon walk.
Uh-oh.
So he's laying there like this.
Oh, look at this, Bob. Not only did Jeffrey Andrews today get a membership, he just gave him a membership.
Oh,
to the law students.
Oh, thank you. Welcome. Aw, family hug to both Joe Schmo. Aw, Jeffrey Andrews, Dawn Burke, always giver, gifted
Thank you
5
very much.
memberships.
Oh,
And Jeff
you for
gifted
your
one.
patronage.
No. That's one of Jay's sound effects.
Oh, that's
Scott, I think you'll like this one. Listen to this one, Scott. See if you like it.
They want me back.
Thank you for your patronage.
Is that Steve?
Thank you for your patronage.
No, you don't know who that is?
Wait, play it again. Play it again.
Thank you for your patronage.
Hold on.
SpongeBob, dude.
Thank you for your patronage.
SpongeBob.
You
Obviously.
guys, let me know in the little comment section. My dad's trying to kick me out. Type Scout if you want me to stay, and type Bob. We're letting the people decide.
I mean, I'm not comfortable in this chair. I'm afraid it's going to break.
I'm not that heavy.
It's not a matter of being heavy. I don't think this.
We have to count. Guys, start typing names.
All right, quit sticking that in front of the camera. Otherwise, I am booting you.
Well, we got 1 Scout. I won. 2 Scouts. I won.
By the way, if you're coming in late, we're just on break. That's why we're doing this.
Yeah,
I keep checking. Don't worry.
I'm here.
The detective is done, and then we're gonna see what else happens today.
All right, let's see. You can do. Why don't you say one of your lines for your play in character?
Can't do that.
Wow.
Do it. You could do it.
Wow.
You're gonna have to do it. You're gonna have to do it tomorrow.
Yeah, but
Can't
this
even
is
see.
this is how many? Where do we see the people? There's 877 people watching.
No, we've got only 198 watching right
Then
now.
what is this?
That's
the trial.
That's
real
the
trial.
judge's actual Zoom. He's got 877 watching.
Whoever's watching that trial, just come here. It's better.
Good call. Good call.
No cap.
No cap is right. Not sus at all.
I am not body shaming Scout like John Pryor did. You guys, I know you can hear this chair. The chair creaks. It's a creaker.
Look at this, Dad.
Tiny foot.
Look at us.
Oh.
Is that where you keep yours?
Where I keep what? My foot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just keep it in here. It's my holder of the.
I didn't even know that. We're just the same person, guys. If you didn't know, me and Jay are still trying to come up with a day when we're both going to try pineapple pizza. Tune into that because we do have the same appetite.
Pineapple and ham, right? Pineapple and ham.
That's Hawaiian. A Hawaiian pizza, pineapple, or
what about
it's either
just
ham
pineapple?
or Canadian bacon.
What about just
I've had it with
pineapple?
both.
I don't want.
No, I want to try the full Hawaiian deal.
Yeah, you got to do the whole deal. You need the salty, the savory and the sweet. That's the whole deal.
Okay.
Scout, I forget. Are you a Swiftie?
No. Well, sometimes.
Did you hear the new album? I'm curious your thoughts.
I have heard the new.
What do you think about
no, I haven't heard the new album.
Oh, okay.
Why? Well, then you're not a Swiftie.
Exactly.
Any true Swiftie would have been dying for the album to come out and would have
all the true
immediately
Swifties. All the
listened
true
to
Swifties learned all the songs in a day.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did.
Are your friends Swifties at school?
No, not really.
What are they like?
Oh, really? Spitfire. Yeah, Spitfire says
they like
that this chair is notoriously squeaky.
They like country or rap. Right now, I like rap.
Country, interesting.
Yeah, I like rap right now.
Yeah, as you can imagine, Jay was not happy with the country thing. It's like, she spent her entire life listening to what we listen to. All right, dude, you're killing my leg. Go.
I'll swap legs.
Well, that's what happened to me. But my parents just always played the Grateful Dead, and then I'm like, I can't listen to the Grateful Dead anymore. So I started listening to rap. I grew out of it. But
what if I grab this chair?
What chair? Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
That would be.
One sec, guys.
Then you can stay on as long as you want. It was more a comfort issue. I'm not trying to get rid of you. But I definitely want to bounce you off my lap, though.
What about right here?
The days of you being
Can you
52
right here?
pounds have passed us by.
Shh. Nobody needs to know my weight.
Cares?
Me? I'm a lady. Nobody.
No,
lady
those days are gone. Those are the old days. The days where women have to worry about their weight and stuff like that.
Rihanna, I've grown to appreciate them more. I wouldn't say they're my favorite band, but I can listen to some Dead songs now as opposed to when we drove cross country,
Jay,
in a van and we listened to all Dead all the time.
Jay, the Grateful Dead is the greatest American band of all
My
time.
dad is currently just making me stand beside him with no chair.
What do you mean?
It's really depressing.
What are you talking about? You're sitting on a chair. Wow. Did you just see her? Have you ever seen somebody gaslit like that?
Yeah, that was some gaslighting right there.
He uses gaslit too much.
Yeah, well, then
He
quit
overly-
gaslighting me.
He overly uses
Queen
it.
of
He's
gaslighting over here.
Shh.
No, when this comes on, you're gone. Because we're quiet, we're watching the trial. And don't you have anything better to do? Hanging around with your old man, watching a trial.
You always, whenever I'm in my room, you're like, you never hang out.
Well, that's because that's when I'm not doing anything and I want you to hang out with me.
Well, this is fun for both of us. So.
Tiff, what's happening is it's a break. We're just
All
waiting.
bodies are good bodies, Scout.
That's right.
Put that up there, Jay.
That's right.
Who said it? Hold on.
Spitfire put it up there. That's right.
Spitfire's the goat.
The goat.
No, actually, who's the goat?
Of what? Spitfire?
No,
The goat of what?
our comments. She's always on. We love her.
Oh, Mandy.
Yes, Mandy.
Mandy is the goat.
Mandy.
Yeah. She might be on errand time. She's got real life stuff going on.
Jay's the best. I just called Steve Jay. Jay's the best.
No, you called.
Yeah, you're the best.
Scout and Bob. She's definitely my kid. She's definitely Scout's the goat. Yeah. So Teresa, it's definitely T. T is the best. So where's everybody at? How are we feeling about today?
Any gaslighter? No.
I'm telling you, Bob, I think what everyone's feeling is done. Not only did prior drag out too long, but then redirect was way too long. I think people are just done. We'll put it in the chat. Do you think either the state or the defense made any,
what does paired
points. What does what mean?
These comments say paired. Right?
Paired. I think that means
Paired means it's from your channel. Like that's someone from.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's a lot of you guys. Thank you so much, Brooklyn. What are you doing?
Oh, she's on my channel. That's okay too, Scout.
Oh.
Scout's age, I was a huge Butthole Surfers fan. My musical
Butthole.
taste peaked.
Butthole. Where's Butthole?
Butthole Surfers. That was the name of the band. Let's see.
This is what my dad uses for his hair.
They sucked the air out of the room today. Yeah.
Just
agreed.
kidding. I'm just kidding. My dad doesn't use this.
Yeah, Mom's not going to appreciate you putting her on blast with that.
I was saying you.
But then you said I don't use it. I mean, like I clearly
Maybe
don't dye
Cameron used
anything.
it.
Like you can see the gray in my beard.
If I took this
No.
off, it would be a whole thing.
Yeah. Just trying to expose Hat Head. Like no one
This
needs
is
to see
my.
that.
This is my hair for school. You see this? This gets.
Yeah, it seems like they're taking the full 30 minutes, dude. It's
Yeah.
weird.
Which leaves them with like just 30 minutes. So I wonder if they have a short witness or if he's just going to send them home.
It's just of us.
Look, the
here.
guy's walking around in the house.
Oh, it's great. I'm gonna go. Is he?
It seems like it. He's wandering around.
Show the screen, guys.
Wandering around.
Pryor showed his whole hand. Who's Pryor?
Yeah. Yeah,
Who's that?
Dom's mom, I agree. He's
Who's
the
that?
defense lawyer in the case.
Oh, I didn't like Pryor.
I agree. Like I did that, I do like a weekly interview with Tony Bruschi,
Thanks,
and he was in
Barney
our
Bailey.
chat.
Bonnie Bailey, Bonnie Bailey, Bonnie Bailey, Bonnie
And I was
Bailey,
talking
Bonnie
about
Bailey,
that. Like
Bonnie
he
Bailey.
he really
Bye bye.
bye.
All right, thank
Bye.
you. Please be
Good luck
seated.
tomorrow.
It's been
Bye,
real.
Jay.
It's been real.
Bye.
And Mr. Bailiff will have the jurors brought in, please.
How much you want to bet he brings them in just to send them home because they don't have a witness? We shall see.
That would be great.
It would be.
I'm here for that.
We're overtime today, Bob. We did the Karen Reed first, and then we went straight to this.
That's right.
Dad, that's why Nook was moving so much.
Why?
Because he moved up here.
Oh, that's why I could actually sense him. Like he has to be 5 feet. Air tags have like a range of 5 feet. What a useless device.
I thought you were quiet during
I thought I kept reading that like jealous spouses were putting air tags in their spouse's car.
I've heard that too. It never worked for me.
Like it doesn't work. Oh, you mean that time you put it in Shan's whip to keep track of where she was? Yeah.
When she went to Kansas.
Shan, did you hear that? Put it in her luggage when she travels to Kansas. I'm gonna put it in her purse.
Oh, by the way, Bob, I don't know why this triggered this thought, but I keep meaning to tell folks. Now is the time, folks. This is your tip from Uncle Jay. Now is the time. Remember, when it gets to Mother's Day and you're like, man, I should have ordered like a customized, engraved something for Mother's Day. Do it now, because all of a sudden it's gonna be Mother's Day and you have to get something on Amazon. Now's the time to order something personalized so they can do it in time. I'm gonna forget this, by the way. I'm gonna forget it.
It's an excellent tip.
Don't wait until the last day, like I'm probably gonna do.
Like me, Captain. I don't know, what do you call it? Last minute guy.
Captain last minute.
Jury. You will bring the jury.
We'll bring the jury. All right.
Thank you. Please be seated.
I mean, we don't because if your kids have iPhones, we don't need to. Plus, we use that.
Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Continuing with the state's case in chief, is the state prepared to call another witness this afternoon?
We are, Your Honor.
No,
Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. We would call Spencer Cook.
Spencer Cook, come on down.
I love walking down, like after I've been called, going down to contestants row. That's the price of Bark-O-Matic with massage feature in it.
or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the
Who
whole
is
truth, and nothing
Spencer
but the truth,
Cook?
so
Let's find out.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, before we start with testimony, I'll just inquire, because the court has its exclusionary order. Mr. Cook, have you been viewing at all any of the testimony in this case on the court's live stream or otherwise in the trial since it started?
No.
Yes.
All right, have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they've given in the case?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, I've
Very
been
well.
watching it
With
on
that,
dual
thank
stream
you
with
for your
Bob and Jay.
confirmation of that.
Great.
You can go ahead and inquire on direct, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, will you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Spencer Cook, SpencerCook.
And Mr. Cook, what is it that you do for a living?
I'm the technology director at the Sugar Salem School District.
Is that the same school that Tammy Daybell worked at back in 2019?
It is.
Okay. What could you explain to the jury in your role at work, what is it that you do specifically?
As the technology director, I'm in charge of all of the technology throughout the district. So that includes all of the schools from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade. And I'm in charge of the data, anything that plugs into the wall, basically. So projectors, computers, network, security, cameras, email, communications, telephones.
Okay, thank you. And so you mentioned email. What do you have to do with respect to the email for the school?
Well, I maintain and manage the emails accounts for all of the employees and students of the district.
When you say manage the email accounts, what does that entail?
Well, we use Google apps for the email service, and so I maintain all of the accounts and make sure that users can log in and make sure they receive emails and send emails.
Do you also manage the email storage?
I do.
Could you explain to the jury what you do with the storage for the email system?
Sure. So we have the front-facing email Gmail account, and the users log in and out that's a completely separate setup that they use. And then I have a archiving server that maintains all email communications in and out from all accounts that we maintain. And that is only accessed by myself.
How long does the school keep emails?
We keep emails for 3 years.
And what about the users? Is there a school policy for how long a user might keep their email?
Users can keep their emails as long as they see fit. There's no limit to the amount of storage that they can keep. So if there's an email that they need that's important, then they're able to keep those emails.
Do you recall back in February of 2021 being contacted by law enforcement with respect to Tammy Daybell's email?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what it was that they requested of you?
They were asking for emails that Tammy had received from anybody and anyone that would send an email to her email account. And they were looking for an email from Charles Vallow on a specific time frame. It was, I think, June 29th of 2019.
Were you able to retrieve that kind of an email?
Yeah, I was able to retrieve it from the archiving server.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has a proposed state's exhibit we've marked as 419, and I believe it's been stipulated that it can be entered. I can offer up 2 copies to the court.
All right. Has the defense been able to review 419? Any objection to its admission?
Let's see what this 419.
Yeah, we'll have you review that first. Okay, so Exhibit 419 is admitted.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish with the ELMO?
Yeah, I'll have the bailiff give you the exhibit for publishing.
I believe I'm just waiting for the clerk, Your Honor.
Yeah, we're looking at that again. Is that showing on the jurors' monitors? Okay, there we go. Thank you.
So what are we getting into now? This new emails?
Could be.
Thank you.
He may have recovered
Mr. Cook, I'd like to call
emails.
Call your attention to just the first paragraph of this exhibit. If you want to go, can you see it on your screen?
I see it on my screen, yes.
You mentioned an email that you retrieved in Tammy Daybell's email system.
Correct.
And the date again was what?
The June 29th of when the email was
Yes.
retrieved. Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to call your attention to the first paragraph. If you will, go down to where there's a quote in there with the content of the email. Do you see the quote marks where it says, Tammy, my name?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Will you just read the first two full sentences of that, please?
Sure. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and... Oh. Yes. Yep. You bet. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and my wife, Lori. This is your work email, so I'll have to wait to send you the evidence. That is very disturbing.
And can you explain to the jury which email address was this sent to? What was Tammy's email?
Her email address was tdaybell@sugarsalem.com.
And what address did this come from?
It came from an email, charles.vallow@icloud.com.
Just got a $20 super chat from 544 Cam Street. First of all, thank you so much. Secondly, on a scale from 1 to Alex Murdoch, how messy and entertaining has this trial been? I'm always interested in your general vibe. Check on this channel. Great chill chat here. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. It's been tough at times, particularly today, but
it hasn't been messy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like the difference between this trial and that trial is that you had a lot of kind of tomfoolery and, you know, just a lot of stuff going on that wasn't really something that you'd see. Nor like this has been almost a dry trial in terms of like drama, you know, like it's kind of, they're just plugging along. We like to bitch about prior, but in terms of like, kind of like both sides are playing nice. The judge hasn't had to admonish either side for as much shit as people are giving prior. You know that it has it because you can tell Boyce has a firm grasp and control of his courtroom. He hasn't had to admonish Skinner or Pryor at all. So or the state, you know, like it's been uneventful, you know. I mean, they're just putting on their case and both sides are trying to do their job. So like in terms of, I don't know what we're going to see in, you know, when the gloves come off and read.
That's going to be something, I feel like.
I mean, they were very well behaved today. You know, but when the heat's on, when it matters during trial, we'll see if everybody remains calm. Remain calm. Remain calm.
Thanks again, 544.
In your work as the IT manager, can you
Lee Harvey Oswald? I can't see it. It's small.
I feel like it is. I think
explain to the jury, were you able to look into whether or not this email had been opened up?
Yeah, we, in the interview with law enforcement, we went into her account and we were able to find the email that was in her deleted folder. And it was there opened, and the email had been, the email address from Charles Value, the charlesvalue@icloud.com, had been put into the blocked category inside of Google. So any email that Lori would have, any email that Charles would have sent would have been blocked, any future emails. So they would not have been received.
When you did your search of the email system, were there any other emails to or from Charles Fallow?
No, there were not.
No, I don't think I have any further questions.
Well, that was quick. All right.
Sweet.
All
Short
right, cross-examination. Mr. Cook, thank you for coming in and providing your testimony. We'll conclude your testimony.
Oh, no.
Nothing. Oh,
wow.
That's a Festivus miracle right there.
What a gift. What a gift.
3 o'clock, I had discussed scheduling with counsel. They've got
it's another
another, well, depending on who they call next, it's an inconvenient time to start with a next witness potentially. There's been a request that we conclude for the day. Let me just confirm from the state, is that still how the state's requesting we proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And I know the defense is fine with that as well. So that is going to conclude our trial evidence for today. We'll start again with trial tomorrow. And while the jurors are here, counsel, perhaps we can just give them some indication. Is there some request with your scheduling that tomorrow being Friday that we stop sooner than the mid-afternoon?
Yes. Say yes.
The state's fine with that as well. We do have some witnesses coming in from out of town, so we're hoping to be able to get through them rather than hold them over the weekend. But I believe that would most likely just take the morning.
Okay, well, we'll see how things go. So no promises, but I just wanted to give you a heads up that tomorrow may not be a full day through the mid-afternoon. So
that would be
with that, we will conclude for the day today. And again, as we break for the day, I'll remind the jurors to please follow the court's continuing admonishment to not investigate the case in any way, try to avoid any media coverage of the case, and do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You can only do that once deliberations have started. So thank you for continuing to follow that instruction each day. We'll be in recess until tomorrow.
All rise, please.
Oh, Jeffrey, don't be ridiculous. We love hanging with you. However, I do like getting the feeling back in my butt.
Yeah, it's for folks. I mean, I guess folks who work regular, work sedentary job, but like you get like stiff and.
I've never been like a sit in a chair dude like my entire career. It's like, I mean, obviously if I was drafting stuff, but like I've never been in a 8-10 hours sitting in a chair all day like gig, man. It's raw. That's why if you notice, if you pay close attention, I'm constantly shifting in my chair. This chair is not all that comfortable. I'm upgrading the chair over the weekend, that's for sure. The squeaky, it's got to go. And comfort level, I got to up the game. Is your chair nice and comfy?
Mine's pretty comfy, yeah.
Is like the butt pad nice and comfy?
Yeah, it's pretty comfy. I like it.
Send me the deets on that thing.
I will.
We love you too, Jeff. We love you too. And we love hanging with you guys, definitely. I'm super excited about next week, dude. I'm super excited about it. Like today was such a great little taste, especially for those that are not familiar. And for those of you who are not familiar with the Karen Reed case, I highly recommend you go and watch the live that Jay and Stephen, Dan, and I did last week. Just give you like kind of real bare bones primer. We weren't diving into any of the the craziness that's been going on. We weren't diving into the theories. We're just kind of giving you the players in the game, you know, what the state's theory is, what the defense's theory is, and we're going to leave all that for trial. I think it's going to be different coverage than you're going to get probably anywhere else. I think most people that I've seen that are covering it are all dug in on a position. You know, and that's cool. That's cool. I think it's also cool to watch it where, you know, even if you have a position, you're getting more of an objective viewpoint. I think that can be like, because otherwise you can become a little bit of an echo chamber, you know.
Exactly.
And I never like echo chambers. I like spirited discourse, of course, with the proviso that it's civil and respectful. But yeah, I think we're gonna be the spot, man. I predict, like, I don't know what kind of numbers we'll have early in terms of like how many people are joining us, but I think the word on the street will get out.
Even for today's hearing, we had like over 1,000 combined, which is pretty good for us. So I think that'll
pretty good.
Once we start the trial, it'll be good
for a couple of 16K guys, you know, just a couple of 16K guys. Man, congrats on that today, brother.
Thank you.
All right. So, and again, to everybody from both of our channels, thank all of y'all for your generosity as always. It's so greatly appreciated. We literally pay bills with that stuff, you know.
Absolutely.
Very quite literally pay bills with it. And, you know, we upgrade our equipment and, you know, we put it back into the show, and this is our gig. So like you guys, we feel that in our hearts, 100%. So we thank you. And beyond that, we thank you giving us your most valuable asset, which is your time. We know that there's a ton of other places you could watch stuff, and we're both exceptionally thankful and grateful that you guys choose to do it with us. So we love you all.
And mods, thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Joe.
Getting us like Dizzy, getting us link. Everyone, I mean, all you guys do an awesome job. Yeah. We appreciate it, and
much.
We'll catch you tomorrow at 10:30, maybe a half day. That would be wonderful. Gonna get the weekend started, and then Monday, man, we're starting Karen Reed, folks. So
take
ready.
Off.
Buckle up. Thanks, everybody.
45-minute openings. Boom, we're hitting the ground running. Let's go.
Gonna be good.
Let's go.
All right.